this letter off your desk. I'll give it back to you. I want to mention it in my comments. So. Yeah. Mhm.
Thank you.
Gotta have a sense of humor. Hi. Good, thank you. Yes, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully by next meeting. I know.
I'm good. How are you? Yeah.
Sold this land previously and went to amend that ordinance to reveal this just in the very last sentence, so that it's no longer being sold as land.
Is it 55, 65? Okay, that was initially the slam. They're not buying anything.
It's unique because we haven't had, we hadn't appealed another one.
Got it. Okay. Sounds good.
So now I think if I don't get on it, it kind of goes away. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sally say yes.
Hi, Laura.
Hey, Tyler.
No. I said actually. This is my favorite.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Go ahead and get started. We'll call the special city council meeting to order. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. So at this time, we'll have roll call.
Please vote for roll call. Thank you. 7 council members are present, Mayor.
Very good. Before I kind of turn it over to item 1, I just wanted to get started tonight, make a few comments in regards to the budgeting process and what I expect moving forward. In May, our finance director, Jody Sanders, sent out a budget calendar laying out the key dates and meetings required by state statute to complete and submit our budget to the state, which is due by September 20th. One of those is a required public hearing on September 7th, which is currently scheduled. Jody and her staff have gone through this process many times over the last decade. Because of the negotiations with union contracts, the time needed to update property, to receive updated property valuations from Dodge County, staff has rightfully explained to us that it is unwise to make assumptions on the budget until we have corrected and fully updated information. So even with this wait, their door has always been open to answer questions, help any council member understand the process so everyone can have the most up-to-date information that we have, so everyone can make an informed decision. And personally, I have had many conversations with finance staff to listen, to learn, to better understand this process, and to learn from the decades of experience and expertise. So in the initial budget calendar that was sent out in May, and like I mentioned, there is a public hearing. And again, this is required by the state. The state knows obviously how important it is to have public comment as a part of this process. And as a part of that, we had that already scheduled, and it still is scheduled for September 7th. So when we had these three additional meetings set up by the 4 council members, it was my understanding the consensus was that we were requesting the meetings to listen to the public, learn from our expert staff, and become better informed on the budgeting process. We have 8 duly elected city council members and a mayor to represent them in this legislative process. And each council member has a rightful responsibility to their constituents and an equal voice. In representative government, we represent all of our constituents. We must consider as well Fremont as a whole. And this process must produce sound decision-making based on facts. So what is to expect as we move on in this process? So along with this special meeting tonight, the 4 council members have also requested an additional meeting on the 17th, which we will be having. There is a budget study session on August 24th. The county, we were able to get that information on August 20th. So by that study session, we'll be able to go over the valuations from the county. We'll have updated numbers and have an idea when it comes to valuations, which is extremely important through this process. The first reading of the budget will occur at the regular council meeting on August 31st. And that's the next meeting that we're having. It will be a combined effort based on everything that we've heard up to this point, the meetings we've had on the capital improvement process, the retreat that we have, all the information, and myself as well as staff will present a mayor's budget to the city of Fremont. The second reading of the budget will be held on September 7th, where there will be a public hearing process. And the third reading will be during regularly scheduled meeting on September 14th. Throughout this process, if council wants to make amendments, you can, that's your role. But we will go through the process. We will respect staff when it comes to the timeline and when it comes to the decades of experience that they have. And we will follow the process and have all council members have a voice in this process. All of us, including myself, must respect the budget process and understand that not everyone is going to get everything they want. Compromise will be needed. And like years before, this budget must be developed through the proper channels of local government where all members have an equal vote. We must also respect our very experienced staff, department heads, and city employees who work tirelessly day in and day out to serve us. Our employees are here to help, support our community. They deserve our respect. And with that being said, we'll move on to item 1, where I'll turn it over to Jody Sanders, our Director of Finance, to give us some background on the budget and current trends. Jody, the floor is yours.
Not on here. Download the agenda. Oh, okay. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and members of the public that are joining us this evening. As the mayor mentioned, I'm going to go over some budget basics and some trends that we're seeing, some comparisons with our communities that are of like size, so that you can kind of see what is as a city, what we're facing. Think about one thing to kind of put in the back of your mind when we're looking at wages. We are comparing ourselves to many of the cities that are listed when I go through that piece, that we're kind of competing with them in terms of being able to pay for staff, frankly. And so seeing the mix that different communities are using of the revenue streams, I think is interesting and should help us as we go through this process, keep some things in mind. So the first thing I'd like to talk about are the spending buckets. A lot of the conversation that we heard last week revolved around, we'd rather do this than that. And the problem with that is you can't take from one spending bucket, save money in one spending bucket, and then move it over to a different spending bucket. So I've listed out these three buckets. We'll start out with the general fund. That starts out with our revenues. Those are fees that we collect. Property taxes is the largest piece. Other kinds of taxes, grants, both federal, state, and just nonprofit grants we get on occasion, and then transfers in from other funds. The key here is these are governmental activities. The users are not typically charged the full cost for all the services delivered. Because if you could charge the full price, it would be done in the private sector. But we don't have a private police department, for example. Those are supported by property tax dollars. In the special revenue funds, we have revenues would be, there are some fees, predominantly taxes in terms of sales tax would be a special revenue fund. The street fund is a special revenue fund. So the gas tax that comes in is limited to spending on streets. It also receives some transfers from other funds. And it's restricted to be used for the purpose of the fund. And I used the example already of the street department. Sales tax, streets, the Community Development Agency, debt service, Keno. The airport is a special revenue fund. What that means is that it doesn't take property tax dollars to support the airport. It is for the most part self-sustaining. It does receive federal grants. So when we're talking about, typically when we're talking about things, I believe there comments were made about the runway project, $4 million. That's not $4 million of property tax dollars. It's, I believe, a 90-10 split with Department of Aeronautics. 90% of that is paid by the state, and the airport has to come up with the other 10%. So again, let's not build a runway, let's do this. That doesn't free up those dollars to do something else. Our utility funds are standalone funds. The revenues are based on consumption and rates. Those are closely monitored. The staff as a whole looks at the rates to make sure that they are fair and reasonable. And they are based on, whatever is consumed, whether it be electricity, water or gas. It also receives grants and occasionally transfers from other funds. Again, the users are charged fully for the services that are rendered. And I've listed out the 4 funds that we have there: electric, water, wastewater treatment, or sewer. You'll hear those kind of interchangeable. And then the gas fund. This is when we give you the draft of the budget, you'll get all the detail behind it. This is designed to help you find what you're looking for, if you will. These are the funds that will be included in the report. One thing I would mention to you is right here. I'm not sure if you're able to see but Fund 36, if you go about 2/3 of the way down, the American Rescue Plan Act Fund. That is where we call it parking, but that's where we're parking those dollars until we're confident that we have a plan put together of how we will spend those ARPA funds. The COVID money that came in for presumptive payroll for fire and police, those right now are kind of stored in the general fund. And then within the general fund in particular, I've listed out the divisions, if you will, or department legend. So when you're going through and you want to know something about the police department, you can see you should turn to the part of your report that says 001-1209 are the beginning account numbers to help you find those. And I just did these for major departments. Things like the Keno Fund and Debt Service Fund, those are generally just little one-page reports that you'll easily be able to negotiate. But these are the ones that are multiple pages to keep track of. One item to note on the sales tax, you'll see we actually have 5 different groupings for the sales tax, because as it comes in, it's segregated into the purposes for which that sales tax was passed by voters. And so once they hit there, we're very careful about making sure that whatever goes into that fund goes for the purpose that it was designed for. The street maintenance, in the street department, the street maintenance and street improvements, typically the street maintenance you think of as the street department, where they're maintaining the streets. Street improvements would be the large projects that Dave works on, where we're perhaps replacing a street, paving something new, something like that. I won't belabor this. This is an outline of the budget calendar. The mayor just went through that. I have updated it for the changes that had been requested to include those public comment periods and council discussion periods. So now we would turn to our governmental revenues. And this is an exercise that we do every year to kind of give you an idea of, in terms of our general fund revenues, where are we at? And so I used to try and do this all on one screen with all 4 pie charts. So you'll have to forgive me. I'll be flipping back and forth between them to kind of show the differences that we're talking about. The first thing that you'll notice is our property taxes. This is from 2020 actual. Our property taxes comprise 32% of the revenue that came into the general fund. The next largest piece are transfers from utilities at 18%. We also have 15% or almost 16% for charges for services. And then this piece down here, I keep pointing, I apologize, I keep pointing, and I'm in the orange section down in the lower right quadrant. They're the sales tax, property tax relief. That is only for the property tax relief. That doesn't count the amount that comes in to support the fire and police departments or any other process that would qualify in the general fund. Typically, we're in the general fund, it would just be the fire and police piece for public safety that would come in. The other piece that I'd like to point out is at the top in the blue section, kind of at 11 or 11:30, think of it as if it's a clock, it's at about 11:30. It's a light blue section and it's 4.4. In the 2020 budget, what that represents is municipal equalization. If we go to the next screen here, and on our 2021 year-end estimate, you can see from the whole, property taxes has dropped down to 25%. It's still the leading source of funding, but it's dropped by quite a lot. It's offset by, if you look at about 930 in the blue, the federal and state funding or grants. That's where the ARPA funding, or excuse me, not ARPA, but the COVID funding has come in. To really kind of upset the apple cart in terms of percentages. Transfers from utilities in the red at the bottom at 530, that's fairly holding steady. Charges for services, those are the things where we actually charge a fee for rentals of the auditorium, or and in particular, probably the largest piece is the ambulance service. When we go to 2022's budget, you'll see that municipal equalization is now 0 as a percentage. It's down to $80,000, which in a budget the size of ours is an eyelash. Property taxes has made a bit of a recovery. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I did include for this presentation, I apologize, in the green, kind of greenish at 10 o'clock, federal and state funding, that would include the 2.2 that we expect next year for ARPA funds. We will be taking that out and moving it down into that ARPA fund to separate that. I was intent on making sure that we represented that funding coming in. We also have, oops, excuse me, we went ahead. Bond proceeds that we have budgeted for 2022, those would be for the library expansion project. That bond issue had already been approved by the voters. We're just simply waiting for the timing of when they actually start digging in the dirt, and then we'll issue those bonds. And then in the 2023 budget, you see property tax is quite a bit less, down to 21%. And this is what I'm representing here. It would be is as if we kept the property tax request the same as the prior 2 years. So you can see how if we keep the property tax request the same, we're shrinking the overall, that piece of the pie, if you will. Other funding sources are going to need to pick up the difference. One of the things I have in the 2023 budget here is bond proceeds. I've limited that to $5 million. Again, listening to the conversation last week, you know, the idea that we would not necessarily need to bond everything if we were to build a new police station, that we could use some reserves for that purpose. I don't believe we have reserves available to build the whole building, but parts of it. And so when you look at this particular pie chart, that's what this is representing, bond proceeds of approximately $5 million. One thing to note, I guess I'm kind of starting in the middle because I know lots of folks are, you know, I've been through this process before, but I want to stop for just a minute and talk about the transfers from utilities. What that is, the city actually owns the utility departments. And so I personally look at it as a return on investment for the city owning the utilities. Typically, or I should say typically, some agencies, for example, OPPD, you'll see maybe even in the Tribune, in the picture section where they, on Saturday morning, it'll show OPPD giving a check to Scribner or some small community for their in lieu of tax. This is something similar to that. It's not a true in lieu of tax because it's just an internal transfer. And it is done based on revenues generated on for the utility funds. And it's limited to 6.25% of revenues in the utility funds. But you can see that each year, we're hovering right around that 15% of the total general fund budget is coming over from the utilities in a transfer that other agencies, if you were to look at maybe some other communities, you might see it show like an in lieu of tax contribution. Ours is simply just a transfer in from the utilities. And I believe Hastings is showing it that same way now too. Were there any questions about the pie charts themselves and kind of the sources of revenue and what we're looking at here?
Jody, can you just explain the property tax, our percentage compared to the other, schools and county, and just so we can have an idea?
I've got slides for that.
You're on it. Okay, thank you.
You bet. Okay, so as the mayor asked, what are their greatest sources of governmental revenues? It's property tax and sales tax. I went through this kind of in a shortened version in a conversation with Councilmember Ellis, talking about the three elements of property tax. You have your property tax request. That's the total amount of tax that you're asking the county to come and calculate a levy. I do that in concert with Fred so that we're sure that we agree that there's no miscommunication on the levy because it is so important to us. The valuation, as the mayor commented earlier, it's certified by the county assessor and is available August 20th every year. No exceptions. They don't get a do-over. They don't get a chance to say, well, maybe we'll give you something early. Maybe we'll give you something late. It is always on August 20th. And then the property tax levy becomes basically the solve for X piece, if you will. Looking at the levy imposed on on $100 per $100 of valuation. I mentioned that the two ways to go about doing that, you can take your valuation times your levy to calculate your property tax. That typically is what had been done by councils in let's call them the teens, the 20 teens, and probably even in the prior decade. Pretty much the council was very set on keeping the property tax levy number the same, so that as valuations perhaps increased, we would see an increase in revenue as a result of that. The property tax request divided by the valuation is another way to calculate that. That gives you the levy. And that's the method that I use to determine how much we need to make for our debt service request, because I calculate what we need to cover the debt and interest payments on the outstanding bonds. And then that becomes the property tax request to work backward to get to what the levy amount would be. Here's a chart showing the last, 14 years of something like that, of our property tax requests. The large bars that you see there are for the general fund, and then the lighter pink at the top are for debt service. If you look from 2011 to 2014, you can see that there was a jump, and that was related to the illegal immigration ordinance that had been passed, and the adding of about 5 cents in 11 and 14, and then 2.5 cents, I believe, in 12 and 13. That's why you see that little bump there. Then in 15, it was determined that we didn't need to do that anymore. And so you can see that the levied amount dropped back down nearly to the 2010 level. We went along for 3 years, and then for the 2018 budget, the city council decided to raise the amount of the levy by 6 cents so that it would allow the police to hire 2 additional police officers. When you look at what we have for 2019, that difference that you see there was an increase in the valuations, where we kept the levy the same, but the valuation increase showed. The last several years, as you can see, we've kept the property tax request the same. You do see an increase in the debt service in the last 3 columns there, because we have additional debt now that we have to pay for the auditorium. That bond issue is already issued, and then we'll have probably payments that would come due in 2023 that we'll need to cover for the library project. I'm not sure how this is looking. That's not too bad. I wasn't sure how it would show up on the screen. This is a rendering of what the Fremont's property valuations have been since 2002. And you can see that we actually had some pretty lean years there where there was very little change in our valuation in between like 2011. I don't know that we saw much growth until we got to 2018, actually, just in terms of the valuation in the community. But you can see the impact that some of the new developments that we have and the new large plants that have been started here in Fremont, you can see how that has changed the valuation significantly. We have a much nicer upward trend. Oh, I went backwards, sorry. Here's our property tax levy history, the cents on the dollar, if you will. You can see the effect of raising that. I don't have 22 and 23 on here. I apologize for that. But the amount of the levy would remain the same for the course of that year. But in the 11 through 14, you can see that's where we had that additional amount for the ordinance defense. So here's a listing of selected first-class cities. I can't say they're all of them, but they are the ones that we typically look to. The city of Norfolk spends a fair amount of time compiling information for communities so that we can put together graphs like this. Basically, this is an opportunity for the city of Fremont to see where we stand in terms of our valuation. And I've highlighted Fremont in blue. It's what, 5th from the bottom, I believe. And our valuation is just over $2 billion currently. But if you look at the communities below on this chart, Papillion, Kearney, Grand Island, and Bellevue all have valuations that far exceed ours. And again, those are some of the communities that show up in our arrays when we're looking at comparabilities. So their levies could be quite low, but their valuations are quite a bit larger than ours. This is a listing showing the municipal tax levies for the state. These are all the same group of cities, just to kind of give you an idea. Again, I've highlighted Fremont there about a third of the way through at our levy at 0.3245. And you can see a lot of the communities that are on to the left of us. Kearney in particular is one that their valuation was higher than ours, so they can afford a lesser levy, frankly. But that's the same does not hold true when you go over to the far right. Papillion is about 3/4 of the way across. Bellevue is the second highest of this grouping. So it's kind of a mixed bag in terms of how communities are levying for property tax. But I think this graph shows that Fremont what we have is in keeping and not a significant burden compared to other communities. This is the chart that the mayor had asked about earlier. And what this shows is of your total tax that you pay on your property, 62% of it goes to the school district. 32% goes to the city. And 23% goes to the county. Some of the other levying agencies like the fire district, community college, and NRD, and then the Ag Society as well as the ESU have the smaller pieces there. But when you look at the amount that's shown there at 62%, we can work on our property tax request and sharpen our pencil, but it's the school district that really has the swing in terms of what it means to a taxpayer. Council, during the last 2-year budget cycle, council provided $1 million in property tax relief to citizens. But yet we heard from citizens that my taxes keep going up. And they do. But I think this graph helps people understand how it is that the city tried to provide property tax relief, and we did, but it's only 16% of your overall tax amount. Did anybody have any questions about that at all?
Councilman Ellis?
Yeah, I had one from previous. You
Oh, I'm
said-
sorry.
We said you had general fund, special revenue funds, and utility funds. It appears that in the general fund, we have stuff that probably, in my logical thinking, should be in the special revenue funds. All the COVID stuff that we get, should that not be like a special fund and moved over there? It appears that our general fund gets muddied up with funds that probably should be taken out of the general so that we can look at the general fund and not see anything, even like a bond issue that gets thrown into the general fund. But it appears that it should be a special revenue fund and not intermixed. Can you explain the logic there?
Sure.
Why we're doing that?
Yes. So bond issue is the thing that I heard last. So
Sure.
forgive me for starting there. But with the bond issues, the money that was spent that necessitated the bond issue, like the renovation at the auditorium, those funds were initially spent out of the auditorium, or excuse me, out of the general fund. So we were paying the bills to the contractor, and then we brought in the bond proceeds to cash flow that piece. The actual debt service you'll see over in Fund 18, which is the debt service fund. Because as we make payments for that, taxpayers approved an additional levy for that. That is in a special revenue fund for paying that bond out. But the proceeds need to come back in and reimburse the general fund for those expenditures that went out for the auditorium. Can you give me another, I've forgotten it. Can you give me another example of what you were looking for?
You said the COVID money came in.
Right.
And you said some of that is already over there in a special fund, but not. So why did not, like the COVID money that came in December of last year, get a special fund? And
Because it was a reimbursement of general fund expenditures.
so can we move money back and forth between those funds from special revenue funds to general fund? I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it just muddies the water when you start talking about bond money coming into our general fund. It just seems like it makes the general fund larger than it actually is, because that money is going to be a debt and we're going to have to pay it off. Whereas the stuff in the general fund, in my mind, is the day-to-day operations of the city. What is it going to take to get the city done without any special projects or anything like that? So that's what I think in my mind.
So one of the things that we look at is what does it cost to run our facilities, which is where the recording of the auditorium is. What does it cost to run that? The reason why we show those the bond receipts coming in is we also have to show the renovations for the cost of the renovations were charged to the auditorium department in the general fund. And again, so you're not, I personally am not a fan of having a bunch of different funds and different pots of money. We have the ability to provide you reports that would show, here's what we got in bond proceeds, here's what we spent. This particular project that you're referring to, or that I'm referring to rather, the auditorium project, we also got 1.1 million in grant money to help pay for that as well. And that also went into the general fund. So bearing in mind what we had earlier shown about the levies in the other communities and their valuations, I quickly put this together. So I apologize, it's kind of tiny over on the left-hand side, but these are the sales tax receipts for the same cities that we were looking at what their property tax requests were and what their levy amounts were and their valuations. And you can see that Fremont's sales tax here at about 3/4 of the way through, it's in the blue, is, we're right on target with, say, Holdridge, Columbus, Norfolk, and La Vista, and North Platte. But once you get to Bellevue, Kearney, Grand Island, and Papillion, and that Papillion number looks really odd, I agree, but they must have gotten some kind of refund or rebate of some kind that came in that really distorted. These are actual receipts from 2020. And I got this information off of the Department of Revenue's website to put this graph together. But as I mentioned, think about the communities that we're comparing ourselves to when we're looking at our comparability again. We can't compete with a Grand Island or a Kearney. They're not located so close to Omaha. They're out in the western part of the state, and they are very, very rich in sales tax, I guess is the best way to say it. I apologize, that last slide was not what I meant to take that one out. So I think a lot of folks here in talking have concerns about, runaway spending, or how much can the city spend or pose in property tax. So this answers the question, are there limits on a city's budget? And I can't take credit for this. This is actually from a presentation that the state auditor's office provided to finance directors and treasurers. But I think it does a good job of explaining, in more layman's terms, what we're looking at when we're talking about the levy limit and the lid. So there's actually two limits that are imposed on cities. One is a levy limit, how much we can assess in property tax, and then and that's limited to 45 cents. You are able to add an additional 5 cents if you're using that incremental amount for interlocal agreements. The other limit that we have is the lid limit. And it makes sure that we are not spending we're spending in a more of a structured, smooth way of looking at it, I guess. The lid as I said, limits how much the city can generate in taxes. We really don't have a limit on how much can be spent, but we have an authority, and that amount is allowed to increase, but only by certain amounts. This is part of the worksheet that we go through. It's part of the state budget form to show right now, the base limitation is a 2.5% increase that's allowed. Then there's an additional amount, you get a allowable growth. So when we get the amount from the state or from the county assessor's office, it will show overall what our valuation is, but it will also identify how much of that valuation increase is due to growth. We're not limited by that, thankfully. And you can see in the example that we have here that we actually did have some growth. And so the calculation for the allowable growth was an extra 0.95. Depending on a vote of the council, we would ask for an additional 1% increase. We ask for that every year. It's not that we will spend it, it's that we have the authority that it comes later in this worksheet that so that we're sure that we have enough, because we are still limited for trying to think if we were to be the recipient of some kind of special grant that would qualify as restricted funds, we would be in danger of not being able to spend that grant, I guess is the best way to say it. So this is the second part of that worksheet. It shows that what our allowable growth was for 2018 and 2019. It steps through and shows what our restricted funds authority is. And then there's another worksheet that we have to complete that shows what we're spending out of restricted funds. And then you can see the amount that's left there, the total unused restricted funds authority. We get there by allowing that extra 1% increase. Again, just because that 1% increase is voted on and if it's approved, does not mean that we will spend it. It gives future budgets or future councils the flexibility to spend if there's deemed a need. Restricted funds, you can't generate more in taxes than the restricted funds authority. They're grouped together and given the label restricted funds, and there still are some exemptions to the authority. Here's a listing of what you see there. Property tax is obviously the big number. They've added a motor vehicle prorate. The piece here, just a couple lines down, showing the amount of prior year budgeted capital improvements that were excluded from restricted funds in the past, that we would then carry forward. You know, it's showing that the amount of, in this particular scenario of $11.6 million, we would expect that to be spent in future years. So this is an area where we're trying to really hard to make sure that we're not levying taxes twice for the same project. And that's why some of the things that you'll see, we're showing fund revenues or reserves rather, excuse me, on the capital improvement plan. You'll see some things that show capital items that are using reserves. And one of the reasons why is if we impose tax for that in 2020, say, we still don't have that project done when we appropriate for it in 22, we don't want to charge citizens again for that same capital project. And so that's what this part of the calculation shows. Some things to consider are the sales tax is a restricted fund. So greater sales tax receipts limits how much we could collect on our property tax. Municipal equalization, as I mentioned, now that that number's down, that actually would give us a little bit more leeway in terms of our restricted funds authority for property tax if it's deemed necessary. Exceptions to the lid include the purchase of land or improvements to land. So not everything that's on the capital plan is exempt. The purchase of equipment, vehicles, those kinds of things that we include in our capital plan, those are not subject to be an exception to the lid. Anything that we have where we're working with under an interlocal, the very best example we have right now is the communication center. So the expenditures that we have for that are pulled out of the restricted funds authority. And then bonded indebtedness. Basically, the takeaway is you can only take an exception if the payment is made from a restricted fund. Maybe a good example of this where we wouldn't include it is if we were using Keno dollars to work on a capital project, that would not qualify for that exemption in that calculation. This goes through basically what I just described, pulling out those capital improvements and the bonded indebtedness and the amount that we have for the interlocals. And that comes down to this last number on line 10 is always very important. Once we get to the point where the budget is completely compiled and we run it through this process, we're always looking for positive numbers here. And I can't remember a year that the initial run through did not yield a zero there or a negative number, and it can't be negative. So, we have to look at how we're spending, what pot we're spending from. We have to be very careful as we go through this process. This is an example of that unused authority that we talked about. In the example that was provided, if we have an authority of $1,000 left over, we have restricted funds of $800. We have $200 of unused authority. We don't lose that. It would show up and start the number for the next year. The comment from the state auditor's office was that current laws do not show a benefit to listing exemptions that you do not need. But this description on as to what unused authority number represents, this is the amount the municipality could have taxed under the lid, but did not. So if you're comparing to other municipalities, be cautious, because other cities may not list all of their exemptions because you only need that number to be one. That unused authority number has to be one. And so they may not spend time listing out all of their exemptions. It's kind of a good rule of thumb. Keep in mind when you're looking at other communities' budgets. Many of them are available online, last year's budget in particular. We're one of the few communities that does a 2-year budget. I know Bellevue did for a couple of years. I can't say for sure whether or not they're still doing a 2-year budget. The forms look just slightly different. Obviously, there's one less column. But that's something that as I'm putting together my presentations and going through the budget process, that's something that I spend time looking at. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Councilman Legban.
Just a quick question. Is there a benefit to doing the 2-year budget? You just said we're one of the few that does a 2-year. Is there a benefit to that?
The answer would be the benefit in particular is to staff time. That basically my department goes straight from year end and turns around and starts working on the budget. And we'll file the budget September 20. our year end is September 30. And so it gives my department in particular, but all the staff, we do ask them to take a look going into that second year of the budget to see if maybe there's some adjustments that need to be made. But it's not to the same extent that we go through, with every department, every line of their budget and talk to them about what they've requested. So I feel like it really frees up staff time. I know in my department, we work on special projects, implementing, different payment types, like the contract with Paymentus that was approved, where we would have an opportunity to get that started instead of trying to do it during a budget cycle.
Thank you, Jody.
You bet.
Thank you very much. Very informative. We will keep this going here and move on to item 2, which is a council member Yerger item, public comment recommendations on the budget. Go ahead, Councilman Yerger.
Well, originally, this meeting was scheduled by numerous council members in joint so that we would have another opportunity to take public input on the budget, the items that have been discussed so far in earlier meetings of council. Some of the things have been discussed in special sessions within the city, the community development, the fire department, and the like. And so I know that the public had said all along they wanted more opportunity for input. The council was listening to that. And so we've scheduled a part of the remaining time for public to comment, much as they did last meeting, on the things that are of concern or of issue with them with regards to our budget preparation. And we'll do that before we get into the next discussion, which is council discussing the same thing. So it's really kind of like open public comment for the public. But we do have a more restrictive time tonight in the amount of time that's allotted for this to occur.
Is there any questions for Councilman Yerger from council? We'll go ahead and get the mic set up here, and for the sake of time, I want to get as many people through as we can, have up to 3 minutes for comment. And please state your name and address related to the budget.
All right, am I on? Okay. Jim Jackshaw, 1731 North C. These slide presentations are wonderful, aren't they? They're captivating, or they may put you to sleep. I wish we'd have started back in January. City Council, you make $6,000 per year. You are the most powerful people in the city of Fremont. You decide how to spend the dollars that are in the budget. If the millions of dollars was in your own private company, you would look at the millions of dollars on a daily basis. Instead, the director of finance gives you a proposed budget 1 month in advance. The expectation from you, the city council, is that you vote yes. It's very tempting on a $6,000 salary. Last week, the director of finance did not answer the question, why was the proposed budget not put out in January? She danced around the issue. I have the same question. Why wasn't the proposed budget given in January? I would like an answer, and I think you should demand the same answer. Now, Mr. Mayor, you opened this meeting saying that there were going to be numerous meetings, numerous dates, and boy, it all sounded real good. All in 1 month. This should have been started last January. So I have a problem with that. You don't look at millions of dollars in 1 month and decide how to spend it. That's a problem. You look at it on an ongoing basis. Jody, Director of Finance, and Glenn Ellis, they had a little discussion about funds. She said she really didn't want a bunch of funds. I disagree. That's your job. Mr. Ellis is correct. Why not direct money into different funds? That way you don't have a question about where the money is being spent or going. So I also noticed that you said you quickly put this presentation together, and it makes me wonder why. Why aren't these slides available all the time? City Council, I respectfully ask you on your $6,000 a year salary to spend some time to examine the budget, shift some priority, monetary amounts, respect what the citizens have to say, and reprioritize the spending for the city of Fremont. Thank you for your time.
Yes, go ahead.
Gloria Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. I appreciate the council's willingness to listen to the budgetary concerns and priorities of the citizens of Fremont. Thank you all for coming, that you care. Spending the city's money wisely must be a top priority. This means looking back at how effectively the city's money has been spent, as well as looking forward on how it should be spent going forward. In the recent past, our city administrator and the city councils have been responsible for spending over $300,000 on unbudgeted settlement or severance payments to 3 former employees, wasting $250,000 on a worthless drone company that left town, spending over $40 million on a state county South Beltway project, which you probably don't know, mortgaged the city's future gas tax funds in lieu of making street repairs. That's why our streets look like they do. Spending $1.6 million on an airport terminal to the benefit of but a few. Spending more than $100,000 on CSO costs over and above the contract rate offered by Forever Home for animal control. Spending over $800,000 on paving of South Luther on the taxpayer's dime rather than assessing the adjacent developer, which is how it should be done. They recoup their money when they sell the homes. It shouldn't be paid for by the citizens of Fremont. Spending $3 to5 million on tech park infrastructure and streets while discounting tech park lots by 50 to 60%. Whether the wasteful spending was thousands, tens of thousands, or millions of dollars, cumulatively, these funds would go a long way in paying for the community's fire and police public safety needs and the infrastructure improvements needed throughout the entire community. Please do not waste the city's money on more airport projects, outrageous intersection realignments. Fix our streets and give the fire, police, and dispatch departments the resources they need to serve the public effectively, which is why you were elected. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Don Bowen, 107 East Linden. Couple of comments. First of all, thank you all for serving, mayors, council. A couple of points. Why do we have a city administrator and public works director jointly as a one office? That used to be 2 specific offices, $110,000, $120,000 each. Both of those positions are very, very busy. They were full-time positions. They do not deserve to be part-time. They need to be, the Department of Utilities deserves to be a full-time position back to be where it was. Why do we not have a city attorney? We used to have a staff city attorney. I'm not sure if anybody was here after Dean Skokan, but Dean Skokan was extremely busy all the time, full-time city attorney. Why have we not had a city attorney representing the people of Fremont? Now, understand the city attorney is hired by the city council, the city administrator, but the city attorney works for the people of Fremont. When you have sourced out attorneys. They no longer work for the city of the people of Fremont. They work for the people who hire them, who are the city administrator, not the people of Fremont. We need a city attorney. We need to get back to having those positions staffed. We need to reallocate the money that's being spent back to where they need to be, not to the pretty boy projects that are being wasted, where the money's being wasted. I'm not saying we don't need the airport. The airport is vital. This airport has brought millions of dollars of revenue, amazing contribution to this community. We don't need, and I'm not even saying we don't need a new terminal. We don't need it now. I'm not saying we don't need a new police department, new fire department. I'm saying we have other projects that need to be looked at. We need to prioritize. By God, we do need a new fire department, a new police department. Those I've been in those buildings. I used to cover city, county government with the Fremont Tribune. I've been in those buildings. They're atrocious. They need to be replaced, but not now. So let's prioritize back to where we were. So thank you very much. Have a great day.
Steve Ray, 1445 North Irving Street. I want to thank the council for inviting the public to be part of this process and at least letting them speak as projects or things they'd like to see. City staff's presented some projects that they would like to see done, such as Jaeger Road intersection. That's been a project that people have talked about for years. I don't think we really need it. We could use that money more wisely, maybe using 32nd Street over to Lincoln, not using that. Just remember, you're the people that spend the money. You have the final say, not the city employees. They might come with projects they'd like to see done, but you are the ones that are held responsible to spend the money that you're going to get. As far as the process goes, I understand you're under a limit that was August 20th, as you don't get county solid figures, but you could have came together, city staff, city employees could have came to the council, and the council could have got together and came up with some CIP projects that you'd all like to see done, rather than the way it looks to me, the city staff and employees come up with some projects they'd like to see and presented it to you to a meeting and says, okay, this is what we'd like to do. There wasn't any of you that I know of was involved in asking, well, are there any of these projects that we'd like? So you just remember, you're the ones that have the final say so on how you spend the money.
Paul Von Buren, 2046 East 30th in Fremont. I am not a financial guru. I've actually taught finance a couple of times. This is different. The only thing I can comment on is just asking you to remember the difference between spending and investing. When you spend money, you spend money. Love to. I love new toys. I like to spend money. When I invest money, I expect something to come back that'll eventually replace that money. Let me just give you two that caught my eye on the budget, because I am not an expert. Number one is a $10 to $15 million intersection. That intersection, I understand from the tech park, there will be more activity. That intersection sits in the middle of town. It will dump excess traffic onto the busiest sections of Highway 30. And for instead of $10 to $15 million, there is a plan to pave 32nd Street for what, $3 to $4 million? It makes no sense to me, trying to understand why you would invest $10 to $15 million in an intersection when you can invest $3 to $4 million and have a through street that doesn't tie up, add to Fremont's traffic congestion and create additional pressure on our systems. Second one was just an odd comment I ran across, and that's our $8 million maintenance building. I understand the city's portion is 4, but at the same time, the utilities portion, as I understand, is another 4. $8 million is coming out of the same pockets. City employee, just chance comment, happens to work there. We don't need a new facility. All we like, basically like where we are. Just give us, I think the comment was give us some love. Just invest in upgrading the facility storage and make it a handy place to work, I think was the message. But instead of $8 million, you can probably get by with 100,000 to 200,000. It's spending versus investing. The one thing that I noticed, and Mr. Mayor, I never question your intent. I know you well enough that I respect who you are. But as you made your comments, you mentioned 3 times that we need to have respect for the opinions of our expert people. And we do. We have people here who have been at this for years and know a lot more than I do about the topic. But at the same time, it also reflects what's happened in the last 10 years in the city. There was not one mention made of respecting the taxpayers and the people who supply this money. It's a two-way street. Obviously, we have to pay for government. But my point is, I know you as elected officials did not put this budget together. I understand that. But you've been given a short time frame. You've been given a lot of decisions to make. And what we're just simply asking is that you consider the other side. There has been a large public outcry for police and fire. My understanding is we haven't had any added fire personnel since 1969. I understand there's a study underway, and it's prudent to wait for that. But instead of potentially $18 to $23 million in 2 projects that are very questionable in what they will return, why not set aside $2 million over the next 2 years? I don't know what that'll add in staff, but I know that'll add a lot of firemen, a couple of policemen, maybe some dispatch, and we can figure out the rest of it as we go. So I'm just simply asking you to distinguish between saving and investing, and also respect the other entity in this equation, which is the public. Thank you.
My name is Gene Schultz. I live at 2306 Gene Drive in Fremont. By this time, everyone knows that 1969 was the year the fire department began having 3 9-person shifts of paid firefighters. It hasn't changed in 52 years. Fire and rescue calls went from 609 back then to 3,110. That's a 5-fold increase. Do you think maybe the current study will disclose that more firefighters are needed for public safety? The police department is stressed too. I understand you could set aside less than $1 million per year to add 6 firefighters, extra police, and more dispatch personnel. Instead, the city wants to budget $10 to $15 million to rework an intersection when there are alternatives that cost less, or $8 million to build and relocate a maintenance building when repair and upgrades would be sufficient. Let's spend the tax dollars you have wisely to benefit the citizens.
Donna Smith, 1206 East 6th. I want to thanks for taking the time to listen to your public speakers. Although I'm appreciative of this opportunity, I'm here to tell you that if the public had been given an opportunity to place stickers on the administration's highly recommended budget items, we would likely have placed the stickers differently. I'm confident that the administrator's proposals wouldn't even have made the cut, and neither would his outrageous salary package or the outlandish legal counsel charges they have been included. We would have likely placed our stickers on public safety items like adding fire and EMS positions, police officers and dispatch personnel, or the renovation of a police station downtown rather than at a location already rejected by the voters. I'm also fairly confident that the public wouldn't have placed their stickers on a proposed $4 million airport taxiway, or a $10 to $15 million intersection realignment, or the 8 million maintenance garage instead of the police station. Those millions could and should be spent on helping the masses rather than spending it on pet projects that will only benefit a few. Please don't continue to waste our money. Just make public safety and citizen welfare your highest priority. Fix our streets, for God's sakes, and our drainage problems. And if possible, give us a property tax break from embarrassment of riches, and the city already has, and will add to with the windfall coming from the added revenue expected from the huge increases in everybody's assessed valuations. Now is your chance to be the leaders you were elected to be and drive change. Please act responsibly this budget cycle and be a different mark maker for your consultants. Thank you.
My name is Barb Bushy. I live at 2037 East First Street in Fremont. Thank you for this opportunity for the public to listen to some of this. My eyes have been opened more than I ever could imagine. Today I went and I talked to our fire chief. We had a good conversation. I can't throw numbers at you, but I believe Gloria said we paid, and I say we, the taxpayers, $800,000 for Luther Road. Now, I would think when a contractor puts a bid in, that he's responsible for putting that into his cost, because he's the one that's going to get the revenue from selling the lots and what have you. Okay, if I, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, I believe he said a new fire truck was $1 million. The new aerial truck was $1 million. That $800,000 could have almost paid for that fire truck. I didn't raise my hand soon enough to ask Jody, where did that money come from? What pot did that come out of to pay for Luther Road? I also asked about the amount of the firefighters that we have, and it's 9 per shift, but they allow for 2 to be gone for vacation or sick pay or whatever. That leaves 7 people there. That's not really enough. I asked about, I know Fremont used to have a volunteer program. Inglewood has their own, I understand that. And I know volunteers are hard to get. I have volunteered with the Army Family Readiness for 29 years, and I volunteer with the Red Cross. But it seems to me we need to make our young people more aware of the importance of volunteering, the importance of our public servants that save our lives every day and put their lives into danger every day. I asked about the truck that was damaged in June. That will be reordered in October, in case anybody's wondering. I'm not quite sure why we had to wait till October, but I would like to see more EMTs and paramedics on, especially paramedics on our fire department. We can train them. They used to train them. I know Metropolitan Community College does train them. It used to be, when I pulled up to the station today, I saw a sign that said training officer. I asked the chief, I said, well, who's your training officer? Well, we don't have one. I do that now. The fire chief has enough other things that he's responsible for. He should not have to be the training officer, in my opinion. And I do have a question, Jody, when you were talking about, and I know you can't answer it, but food for thought, that budget that you presented us, that will change with the school bond, I imagine. But for now, I do appreciate the work that you went through. I mean, I can't even imagine. And did it kind of make me, yes, because there's a lot I don't understand, and I don't mind saying that. There's other people that I can depend on to do that.
Thank you.
But I guess
Thank you.
that's
I have
it.
to ask it. or
But
wrap it
thank
up.
you.
Thank you.
Jerry Delaney. I live at 2940 Laverna Street. I have a fairly short comment because a lot of people here have already pointed out different things that you could or could not be looking at in the budget. Unfortunately, you don't have the time to do that because you're under a deadline that's way too short because you were not given this budget when you were supposed to be given it. It's prepared by people within the city, within the finance department, within administration areas within the city. Throughout my lifetime, I've owned and managed several companies. And sometimes when you run a company, you have to make hard decisions. And when you have people working for you that cannot get the job done that they're paid to do, when they're paid to do it, then you have a problem. Whether they don't get it to you in time because they're not capable of it, or they didn't get it to you in time because for whatever ulterior motives, they didn't want you to have the time to review it. In either case, there are people providing information to the council and to you, Mr. Mayor, incorrectly, inappropriately, and way behind schedule. And now you guys are put in a tight spot because of it. Mr. Mayor, I know you're new to your job, and I know it takes some time to get a grip on the people that work for you and under you. But I think one of your big priorities has to be looking at some of the people that work in the administration of the levels of this city and deciding when some changes are going to be made. Thank you.
My name is Brenda Ray, 1445 North Irving. And Jody, I really want to thank you for that presentation. Quite a bit of it, I will admit, is over my head. Quite a bit of it I understand. I did not see anything in there that explained why we have not hired any additional firemen since 1969, and our city has grown tremendously. At previous meetings, it was mentioned making Fremont attractive. Attractive does not mean cosmetic beauty. It means the safety of our citizens. And it means the safety of people that visit our city that possibly need an EMT of some kind or something. That is number one on my mind. Second, COVID money apparently can be spent just a little bit interestingly. I don't know if you all read in the paper, Honolulu got a robotic dog to take people's temperatures. I can't say Fremont needs a robotic dog. I'll take an EMT anytime to take my temperature. Thank you.
Diane Pasica, 108 South Garden City Road. Appreciate what all of you do. And I have more than a passing acquaintance with several of you. And I know how hard the work is. For $6,000 a year. Unfortunately, for some of you, that's $60 an hour. And for some of you, it's $6 an hour for the time you spend in. So we appreciate those that are on the lower side of that wage. The concerns that I have right now is about the future of Fremont. I want us to be thinking long-term, far ahead. Many years ago, Luther Road was a dirty, dusty road, and we lived just a block off of it. If we'd only had the foresight at that time to make that 3 or 4 lanes, it would have saved us innumerable monies toward widening and trying to figure out turn lanes and all that stuff. I use that as an example because I want you guys to look far, far forward. Hopefully Fremont remains viable for years and years and years. But I want to quote something. I was doing a little Googling, and I know Googling is not the most important or accurate source of information, but this is according to the Zillow Group Consumer Housing Trends Report of 2020. So Zillow's, they got a little rep. And it says, the neighborhood wants and needs for buyers. The number one, 83% feels safe. 83% say a feeling of safety is very or extremely important. This city council has I've seen in comments made by some that economic growth is very important. But if we don't support that economic growth by making Fremont a desirable place to live, employers are going to have a hard time getting people to come, to bring their children, to go to our schools, to live in our community, to feel safe and protected. Fremont's done a great job of growing mostly, but we're not keeping up with that growth in terms of the safety with our fire department, with our police department. A lot of people think the Fremont Fire Department just puts out fires. They don't realize the EMT portion of that and how crucial that is to all of us. We have used them at our house, and I thank God for them every day. The other thing I want to mention just really quickly, Jody mentioned how much the sales tax level was in Fremont, and it's not particularly high. If we're going to grow Fremont, we need to get some businesses that keep people from Fremont in Fremont. Tell me where you can go right now today besides Walmart to buy clothing for your children or an inexpensive outfit for yourself if you got a wedding next week. The pandemic has forced us to go online to buy our clothing. We need places here in town so we can take advantage of that sales tax revenue to invest. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Dale Jacobs, 2040 East 22nd Street. One thing that I just like to point out, what I heard the gentleman back here say about getting back to an administrator separate from a utility manager. And I zoomed in and caught Mr. Ellis's presentation last week. And I just want to point out to you that that is what the Auditor of Public Accounts was getting to in his APA letter. That we need to consider a process like that. We got a broken internal controls. They told us that something like that is going to address that issue. So I hope you heard that and that you're seriously considering it, because you've been told there's a problem and now we've had somebody bring up how to fix it. So I'm really hoping that you listen to that. So a couple other questions, not question, but just observations as I listened to Jody's presentation. It's been a while since I heard some utility and governmental accounting, but one item I got a little confused on was city sales tax. I guess when I read the ordinance that was passed, I think that said that went into the general fund for the city portion, that 1.5%, and rather than into special revenue fund. That could be that might have changed since the reg I read. But I think again, if that goes in the general fund, that'd be something that would be nice to split out for our fire department, police department. I got a little confused when we looked at the revenue source graph, because some of the items in there were one-off, like COVID money, bond proceeds, it distorts your percentages. I would advise accountant to look at the dollars involved. So if you're looking at property tax rather than percentage of the revenue source that's distorted, look at it as a dollar number year by year and see how that compares. Because the one thing when I was noticing, when I saw the bar graph that I can't get my head around is the last 4 or 5 years, how consistent the property tax percentage is. And with all the growth that Fremont's had, Brooks Hollow, Days Acres, all that additional assessment property having no impact on according to the graph, no major impact on that revenue source. I'm not quite sure. I don't know how that's working. I'm just a little confused on that. And I guess the other thing I point out is I call it the return on the utility fund. I think it was 16% or 12%. So I'm assuming that that's basically everything left over after the utility department runs, operates, expenses. And so we get 16% of that left over and it goes into the general fund. And I'm assuming that's what's used for capital projects down the road, because it's not part of operations. So I'm assuming that goes into your carry forward. And I think the one part with the carry forward number that Jody got to the 11 million. When you're budgeting, look at the detail on that number so you understand what that is. So you can see what kind of projects are in there. One of the things that gets a little
I have
confusing
to
is
ask you to wrap it up.
the cash basis on that, because sometimes revenue hit different years than expenses. So you got to make sure that you're clear on what you're looking at. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom. Go ahead, state your name and address, please.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay, you didn't say my name. I didn't hear it anyways. Okay, Denise Shannon, 830 East 21st Street.
Hold on, we're trying to get you set up here.
Come on, honey.
Sorry, trying to get the technology figured out here.
That's right. I'm letting my dog out.
They've got someone calling in on Zoom.
Oh,
So why don't you have a seat until they're done? Zoom?
As we're working on this, if there's anybody else here in the room that wants to speak, go ahead. We'll come back to the Zoom.
Ralph Larson, 1042 Davenport. When I was a young man, they had us to learn Bible verses and kept on repeating them. And they said they did that so we'd remember. Well, there's been enough suggestions tonight that the police department and the fire department need some help. When you talk about the firemen coming or getting more firemen, we're not talking about a guy just with a ladder and driving a truck. Anymore, when you call the fire department for help, you get all of the medical help, which is what I've seen is great. And that's what I would really like to have improved. And the police a lot of times come with. You get the whole ball of wax. And I'm sure we get more with. So that's, and one other thing. I think I would like to see if we could get the state auditor to do an audit once on the city of Fremont. Thank you.
Anybody other comments from the room? Go ahead.
Irene Alexander, 1767 Victoria Lane. I really don't know if I had much more to add, but I have a budget at home. And sometimes there's things I want, but then sometimes there's things I need, I have to have, and those take priority. And I think the city should be the same way. And I know that a lot of our city council members agree that our fire department and our police department are priorities. So rather than, I know there's a study, and yeah, the study's going to tell you a lot, but if you wait for the study to be done and don't allocate any money, then is it 2 years before we can get anything done? So why not set aside some money? And when the study is done and you know what you need, the money will be there. So thank you.
Anybody else in the room want to speak?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. A lot of very important comments have been made this evening by both Ms. Sanders and also the public. You need to keep in mind where the 1 and 6 year plan goes, and that's your road study, what was allocated, and also what the priority projects are. This is a monumental task and one of the most important one that the City Council will do as a governing body. And as part of that, the priority the public has made is very clear. Safety, safety, and safety. Fire, EMS, police, and dispatch. Police calls have increased exponentially, as has the fire and EMS calls. Therefore, dispatch calls have increased. Personnel is not. You have 10 million to 15 million now supposedly slated for a Jaeger intersection, which isn't going to happen. That's a debacle. You're taking out businesses the community needs and on employers we need as well. That money is going to be better spent, I'm sure, on 32nd from Jaeger all the way over to Lincoln and then on to Luther. 29th Street, interesting street that we're paying for without those property owners paying for it, but also the additional infrastructure, which has a $2.1 million price tag. Today during the utility board meeting, there was discussion about the additional dollars because of the additional streets and additional lots that are going to be sold. That will require another $1 million. All of your existing street tax dollars, your gas tax goes in to fund this. We've already funded $30 million plus for the Southeast Beltway. We've earmarked and borrowed from Paul to pay Peter regarding our gas tax. Please use these funds wisely and don't continue to borrow them out beyond no return. But again, the priorities have been very clear this evening, as well as your comprehensive plan, as well as what your Fremont Municipal Code tells you. Your overall job is to look out for the public health, welfare, and safety of your community. And that includes you as well as all of us out here. We are your constituents. We are your priority. You are spending our tax dollars. Please spend them wisely. Thank you.
Okay, Denise Shannon, go ahead. Should have you ready to go. Just unmute, please.
Okay, I'm ready. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Denise, are you there? Jeremy? Denise, go ahead. Just unmute, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Technology. Okay, I don't know if I quite understood what Jody said last week, but from what I understood, she said that if the fire department needed something, all they have to do is come ask. If that's the case, is she saying that they haven't came since 1969 and asked for more help? If that's the case, I'm not buying it. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot more other people that aren't buying it either. So with that being said, excuse me, I'm trying to keep myself calm and collect here. I want to know why it is that Councilman Ellis and Yerger are always targeted for belittling and just anger when they speak for their constituents. People go to them and voice their concerns. They bring it to the council, and then they seem like they're attacked for it. They get attitudes. And you can see it in the faces of the other councilmen, and you can hear it in their voices. Just like last week, once again, and it's usually from the same three people. And I thought that was going to be taken care of. And I want to know, well, I just want to ask everybody who is watching this and hearing it, why are you not asking your councilmen why they are just sitting there, meeting after meeting, not asking questions for you? Do you not have questions of why real estate that is bought by the city is being sold 3 times cheaper than what it's purchased for? I mean, that's just one of so many things that you should be asking. And your councilman is sitting there voting for everything that Newton is doing. Just saying. Thank you.
and perhaps we do need some more help in there. That I'm sure will be determined. The 23rd and Jaeger Road area is a difficult and expensive fix, and I think there are other options available. Lincoln, 23rd and Lincoln, that's a spot that could be updated cheaper to allow access north. The intersection currently has no left turn signals, and it's seen more than its fair share of accidents, traffic issues, and upgrading there could solve both problems. That's really all I've got to say on this for right now, and we'll turn it over.
Councilwoman Ganem.
I guess I would echo the same sentiments to our council people that have already spoken. But I know I was asked, hey, talk to some of the firemen since our last meeting, and I certainly have, retired and current. And I've also found out something too, just some of the alternatives that could kind of fill in as we're certainly looking at this. And it's called SAFER. There's actually grants that that the city can ask for, and it will pay for fire people and certainly police, if we can get anyone to apply for the police positions. They will pay for their salaries for at least 3 years. And so that's another alternative that we can certainly start exploring, like, tomorrow, as soon as possible. But I just learned about that, and I was unaware of that particular agency. And I have no clue what it stands for, because the fireman that told me gets the emails and he had no clue what it really stands for either. So I don't know the acronyms for it.
The SAFER grant is something we have, I've inquired about with staff. There's open season for those. I think February, March is how it works. It's something we're certainly looking into already. So thank you for bringing that up. Councilman Ellis.
The SAFER grant is available in the spring, and we've missed a lot of springs by trying to fill in our firemen. So I'm not sure why previous council, previous mayors have not looked into that and helped segregate or incrementally increase the fire department. I really do believe we are behind the 8 ball here, and we need to do something big. When we get an email message from the city administration telling the city directors or the directors of the department, there will be no headcount addition this year. That bothers me big time, because we do need additional headcount. And I'm sorry, but if majority of it needs to go to the firemen and the policemen, we just need, as a group, to find out where those funds can come from to add those positions without adding to your burden. And that is a task in front of us right now. Is I do not want to add to your burden as a city taxpayer, but we should be able to find the money within our budget to get the additional forces we need. So Jody, I appreciate your budget. Like I said, this is the 2020, 2019 I had in front of me. It is dated July 23rd. So we're several weeks past what we got the budget for last year. But I do appreciate the numbers. A lot of them were the same in here. One section that was missing, and I hope that this will become available to the public. This is the document that I believe everyone should have access to. And I believe we did last year, or last time we came through, is one section of it is missing is the reserves. A big section that explains where our reserves are and how we can look at it. So again, I appreciate the mayor's comments ahead of time, but I do believe this is a new way of doing a budget. Back in 2017, they started the process of bringing in a facilitator, doing long range strategic planning with the council. It was a group effort to come up with a lot of these things. That was not done this year at all. So I think if anything, we need to switch back to the way we have been doing budgets, not in the direction that we've been going now, less and less information coming to the council. So we've got a long way to go in a very short time to get there. And I hope you guys continue, like I said last time, continue to keep your eye on the council, keep talking to us, keep telling us what you guys feel like needs to be the priority. So, but again, I thank you very much for attending tonight and showing your support. Continue to do so until the budget is over. Thank you.
Councilman Sukram.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to say is I hope we're learning from our mistakes.
So when we do this new comp plan, I hope we attach to it. As we grow, we bring public safety with it. It was brought up 2012, right around that area. It never got attached. And planning commission several times have mentioned it. And it never got attached. So I hope we're learning from our mistakes. That's all I have.
Councilman Yerger.
I certainly yield to Councilman Gibson if he has comments before I have. Well, once again, I'm so much appreciative of everyone's input and what's been offered in these last few meetings. And I think what I've heard repeatedly is that there are several things that we as council can and ought to be doing in this budget cycle. Councilman Ellis addressed some of those pretty eloquently, but I think the public did an excellent job of doing that themselves. And so before coming to the meeting tonight, I went back through the things that have been being discussed. And the last time we did the budget work, one of the things I think, Jody, that we did was an exercise, and it kind of came late in the budget process when we asked staff to take a look at what would it take for us to do tax relief of some sort. And staff looked into how would we approach that and came up with some options for us to do. As I recall, there were 2 or 3 different ways that we could have approached that at the time. And using that as a framework for where we are in this budget process and the time constraints that we have, I put a motion together tonight. I'd like to have it received into the record for discussion.
Is there a second?
Just to receive the document. I'll read it out as soon as it's been received to the record.
Councilman Ellis. Cast your votes to receive.
Motion carries 7-0.
What this motion encapsulates, I think, is what I sort of alluded to with regards to what we did in the last exercise in the previous budget with regards to the property tax relief. But in this particular case, there seem to be several things that are bubbling to the surface with regards to public input. And I've encapsulated them in this motion to ask the staff to perform some budget impact evaluations related to firefighter, EMS, dispatch, and police department personnel, staff structure and compensation, infrastructure items and priorities, property tax relief options, use of COVID and ARPA funds, and whether or not the fire department fee can be segregated for fire department use, et cetera. They're further outlined on the backside of the motion as to what more specifically would staff be asked for in performing those evaluations. But I would encourage the council to approve this motion tonight so that we could gather that information that's responsive to many of the things that the public's been raising, many of the things that council discussed themselves at the last meeting. It's a little longer list, obviously, than just the property tax relief that we discussed at the last minute at the last budget cycle. But these are the important issues, I think, that have bubbled to the surface here. And having your expertise and your staff's expertise at looking at how can we find the money to do these things? Or how can we switch some of these priorities and where we plan to, or think we're going to spend the money versus what we're hearing the public would like us to spend the money on. Your expertise in helping us sort out what funds can those come from? How could we get these things done instead of some of these others? That's what I think is encapsulated in this motion. Hopefully it could come back to council as quickly as possible, but I know you're already under a heavy load. So maybe these would trickle back to us in the next few meetings where we could discuss those options. But I think it behooves us to get on this early rather than late. We can't have this discussion as what had been originally planned on August 24th. That would have been way too late for us to have discussed. Well, we've got some suggestions that ought to be considered, or the public did. So I've tried to encapsulate these things in this motion tonight and in the attachment. And I move this motion for council approval tonight, asking the staff to perform these analyses.
Legal, this is on the agenda. I mean, is this something that we can take a motion on?
This is specifically on the agenda as recommendations and requests. I'm making a motion to fulfill those recommendations and requests.
I think the main issue right now would be whether it's possible. You indicated, obviously, you're not sure whether all this can be accomplished within a certain time frame. But if this is just requesting information, are you asking for studies to be done?
I'm asking for staff to, just as they did on the property tax relief item in the last budget cycle, when they found a way to make that happen. I'm asking for staff to look for a way that we could, in essence, add firefighters, police personnel, dispatch personnel, look at the funding structures of staff and compensation, look at the priorities that were brought up both at council and by the public as to whether or not we should spend $10 to $15 million on an intersection, or we should spend $10 or $15 million on street rehab and other projects that would be of more of a priority to the citizenry. Staff is well aware of what those things are, but if you take that kind of money out of a budget, which is in today, the CIP that was before Planning Commission had those monies in there. If we extricate those funds and use them for something else, would they fulfill the needs that have been brought up by the council and the public to date? That's all we're asking for. Can you resort some of the priorities that we've had? And they're all listed in some detail on the back to try to simplify what we're looking for. I think I've encapsulated what the public was discussing in the last several weeks. So I don't know how onerous it is. It's a matter of looking, and we can't do it ourselves because I think Jody was pretty clear. The funding of all of these and where the revenue sources come from are difficult to understand. They're the experts and they can find the money for if it's there to be found.
Yeah.
And that's what we're asking for.
This is almost like you going up to Jody's office and requesting this information.
Sure, but as an individual council member, we're not supposed to do that, I don't think. We're supposed to ask as a body, and we did that last time on the property tax relief that we asked Jody's staff to look into last budget cycle.
Yeah, I'm good with this request.
Okay. Motion, Councilman Ellis?
Was that a motion?
Yeah, he did.
I
have
second
one.
the motion.
Is there any other council discussion? Councilwoman Ganem?
No, just for clarification, we're getting information is what we're seeking. And we're not saying this is going to happen at this time. We're not going to replace people at this point. And I just want to make that clear.
With information that Jody will bring back to us to say whether we can or can't get it done.
Any other council discussion before we vote? Seeing none, cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
I would take a motion to adjourn special city council meeting. Councilman Jensen,
Make the motion to adjourn.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes to adjourn.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We are adjourned. I'll take a 10-minute break. Well.
All right, we're gonna get going here. So if council, please want to make their way back. Now that you all sat down, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll now call the Board of Equalization meeting to order. Time is now 8:06. The Open Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call.
Please cast your vote for roll call. 7 council members are present.
Moving on to item 1, resolution 2021-107, levying a special tax and assessment in the amount of $348.29 against Morels, 1035 West 10th, to pay the costs of weed and debris removal and assessment. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor and council, to keep these next three items kind of short, I'd like to just probably provide kind of one statement with regards to all three of them. They're all items for properties that were cleaned up. The city's trying to reimburse its cost for cleaning up those properties. And so what we'd like to do is assess this against the properties so that they'll eventually get paid. And if you happen to answer any questions you might have.
Councilman Yerger,
Sorry.
any questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen.
Just if there's no further comment up, let's make the motion to approve resolution 2021-017.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 2, resolution 2021-108, levying a special tax and assessment in the amount of $388.27 against Chase's 1350 North D Street to pay the cost of weed and debris removal and assessment. Tyler has given his report on these 3 items. Are there any questions for staff on this item? Seeing none, are there any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? If there are no comments, I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2021-108. Councilman Gibson,
I'll make that motion for resolution 2021-108.
Councilman Legband,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 3, resolution 2021-109, levying a special tax and assessment in the amount of $348.29 against Jensen's 249 West Washington to pay the costs of weed and debris removal and assessment. Again, we had staff report. Any questions for staff on this item? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Seeing none, I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2021-109. Councilman Legband,
Make a motion to approve resolution 2021-109.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Would take a motion to adjourn the Board of Equalization meeting. Councilman Jensen,
I will make the motion to adjourn.
Councilman Legband,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Board of Equalization meeting has adjourned. We'll now open the city council regular meeting. Time is 8:10. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call.
Please cast your vote for roll call. 7 council members are present, Mayor.
Next is mayor's comments. I don't have much tonight other than to let the community know about a public open house at the Municipal Auditorium on Wednesday, August 18th from 6 to 8 p.m. This is in regards to the comprehensive plan, asking you to please attend and provide your feedback. I would appreciate if you ask your colleagues, people you know, employees, friends, and family to participate as well. Our consultants will be providing their initial thoughts on future land use plan, updated zoning districts. Additionally, students from Fremont High School will be providing their designs of a future downtown, which would be very interesting. So again, this would be on August 18th It'd be Wednesday, August 18th from 6 to 8 PM at the auditorium. That concludes my comments. We'll move on to item 1, a motion to adopt the current agenda for the August 10th, 2021 regular meeting. Are there any changes to the agenda? Councilman Yerger.
This is mostly a procedural change, but they're for the same applicant. And I'd like to hear item 3 on the agenda ahead of item 2. Item 3 is about zoning and item 2 is about annexation.
Are there any other changes? Seeing none, I would take a motion to amend the meeting agenda to move item 3 ahead of item 2. Councilman Jensen,
I will make that motion.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
All right, moving on. Okay, yeah, thank you, Tyler. We need to have a motion again to approve the agenda as amended. Councilman Gibson.
So moved.
Councilwoman Ganem. Councilman Gibson, can you turn off, please?
Oh, sorry.
Second the motion.
Okay, cast your votes to approve the amended agenda.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to public hearings. Be item 3, ordinance 5581 to approve requested change of zone from R rural to GC general commercial on property generally located between East 23rd Street and Elk Lane, approximately 200 feet west of Deer Crossing. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is a request to annex a piece of property generally located by 23rd Street in Elk Lane, about 200 feet west of Deer Crossing. It is associated with a change of zone to change the zone, or an annexation to annex basically one lot in the street in front of it, and a final plat, which is item number 17 on the agenda. And the final plat plats the one lot and that street in front. So they're all connected. I'll really address all 3 of them at once. The change of zone again is to GC general commercial. It's consistent with the approved preliminary plat for the area. This area has been developing 1 or 2 lots at a time. The surrounding area is zone GC general commercial. I believe it's a doctor's office that's going in, although I believe the applicant is here and she's shaking her head, so she can tell you what is proposed for this site. We are recommending that the final plat be held over until September 14th. The annexation requires 3 readings, and that would occur on September 14th. So we'll have the vote then on all 3 items at the same time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger.
So I wasn't looking when you said that it was going to be a doctor's office. Was that a affirmative head shake? It was a no head shake. It's something other than a doctor's office?
I'll let her.
And the only reason I'm asking is with general commercial, there are permitted or conditional uses. I'm just wondering if this falls in the permitted use category.
My
by
understanding it
blanket.
is a permitted use, but I will let the applicant respond to that
Okay,
question.
thank you.
Before we get to that, is there any other questions? And then we'll open it up for public comment. Okay.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
council, staff, other attendees, I'm Maggie Deers Yost, representing the Charles H. Deers LLC and Deer Point Corporation. We have 3 agenda items. It is a retail use, but we are under contract and I'm not able to disclose who the occupant is at this time. But we are under contract with them for this lot and bids have gone out, and Steve Dodd is on Zoom, I think, unless he's fallen asleep in Florida. He's not hunting anymore. If anybody has any questions, but anybody have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Councilman Yerger.
So this fits in with the character of the area. When you say retail use, that's kind of what's up there.
Yes.
Generally speaking. So without disclosing who it is, you're in the same realm.
Yes, I think everybody will, I mean, it's a great use. And so I think will help Fremont grow significantly. So,
I figured as much. Thank you.
yes. Okay. Any other questions?
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. Any additional comments from the public? Seeing none, any comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
Make a motion to approve ordinance 5581.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Okay, we'll introduce now and hold first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to the zoning map to rezone the property generally located at approximately 210 feet west of the intersection of Elk Lane and Deer Crossing from R rural to GC general commercial, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on first reading.
Now moving on to item 2. Ordinance 5580 to approve voluntary annexation of property generally located between East 23rd Street and Elk Lane, approximately 200 feet west of Deer Crossing. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor and City Council, this is the annexation that's associated with the change of zone that you just held first reading on. If there are any additional questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger.
I don't have a question. I just make a comment for the record because Jennifer and I have already talked about this offline before the meeting, and the rationale for moving some of these around sequentially is they're all going to come back at the future date. And as old business, it would be good if they all came back in the proper sequencing so we don't have to build conditional statements into something that we're going to approve 1 or 2 items later. So that was the only reason for reordering these, so they come back in the same sequence and we'll be good to go when we process all 3 applications at the end date. So thanks for your assistance on all that.
Now, any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen.
If there's no further comment, I'd make a motion to hold first reading of ordinance 5580.
Councilman Sukram.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We'll now have first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, annexing by voluntary petition property generally described as Dodge County, Nebraska, and extending the corporate limits to include said real estate, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on first reading.
Moving on now to the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any items to be removed from staff, council, or the public in regards to the consent agenda? Councilman Yerger.
I have a question for legal on item 9 and would also like to remove items 10 and 11.
Any other items?
I think there was maybe number 13, there was some discussion, and I know I got a copy of a resolution from Councilmember Yerger. I didn't know if you wanted to have that still. Yeah.
Okay, item 13. Okay. Are there any other items? Go ahead.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. I had a few minor questions on item number 4, which is a budget discussion that I'm sure Jody can easily answer.
If there are no other items, I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda. Items 5 through 8 and item 12. Councilman Gibson. So moved. Councilman Legban.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 4. Motion to approve July 28, 2021 through August 10, 2021 claims and authorize checks to be drawn on proper accounts. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. The claims are listed here and presented for your review. I'll take any questions.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Go ahead.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. I had a few minor questions. One of them was regarding a payment to Main Street for $1,600. I didn't recall that there was an approval of a request for funding recently. Also on Prochaska or Prohaska, however you pronounce it, there was 2 requests of $1,875, which totaled $3,750. Just curious as to what the basis was for that. TETRAD, TETRAD Properties, it's a commercial real estate company, 3 payments of $3,500 apiece, a total of $10,500. And last but not least, on Young Construction, obviously they had gotten the contract bid for 29th Street. And right now we're paying them a partial pay, I believe, of $717,000. And with infrastructure and streets, et cetera, it'll be a roughly 2.1 million. So I'm assuming this is just a partial pay. And that the additional dollars that the utility board spoke of today doesn't play into this yet. But this is just a part of the 2.1, Jody. So that was my comments and questions.
Any other comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Ellis.
Jody, can you give a brief answer to those questions brought up by the citizen?
Certainly. I'm afraid you might have to remind me what all your questions were. Main Street. Okay, so the Main Street, I don't need to look that up. Main Street, that payment, if you'll notice, it's starting out with Fund 042. That's a payment by the BID. It's not something that the city itself has contracted with Main Street for. It's simply reimbursing Main Street for some work that they had paid for, and this was approved by the BID board. We have a somewhat lengthy process that really kind of, I don't know this, but I suspect it irritates the BID board, but we do ask them to include their minutes and have them sign a form that they have approved those amounts. So that's the Main Street question.
Jody, I think I entered this one. I think it's maybe for landscaping, and so it may not have been approved recently, but it would have been probably approved in the springtime. And now that the work's being done, it's maybe been paid.
Right, but it was landscaping that Main Street paid for. Yes, yeah,
That's correct.
yes. One of the other questions was Prohaska. That is, I believe, related to the working on the engineering or the study, excuse me, it's a study for whether or not the building that they're currently in can be remodeled and rehabilitated, or whether or not we need to look at a different location. And the real estate company, actually, that's, it was the Tetrad Property Group. That one is for the library. That is the consultant that the library is using as, and isn't that the owner's engineer? So those are payments, 3 months worth of payments for the owner's engineer at the library. Was there another one? Oh, excuse me. So that would have been, it was at Young Construction? Okay. So Young Construction, yes, that would be a progress payment that was made.
Any other comments from council? Seeing none, I would take a motion to approve July 28 through August 10th claims. Councilman Yurger.
I want to thank the finance director for the responses given and make a motion to approve claims.
Councilman Legban,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 9. Resolution 2021-117 to authorize wood deck off back entry in downtown commercial for apartment at 88 West 6th, number 2. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Council, this is Don Simon, Chief Building Inspector. What we have before you is the construction of a 6x8 wood deck with the composite frame top on it. Very similar to what we've done in some other cases. I think the previous time we've done this is for Forever Homes. We'll put a wood fence up for their dog run. Prior to that, I believe it was another wood fence for the Baptist Church for their daycare and the door. And there's some other small decks and different types of awnings that we've used down there over the last 10 years. So maybe once a year we do something like this. In this case, it's an apartment. He already has one set of steps made of steel coming from the back running up, and I wanted to have a second. He actually submitted a second entrance, but he wanted to eliminate it. But with the fire marshal, we needed to put it in. He then
I think there should be a speaking button on the.
Make sure it's green on the front there, Don. Not red. Nope, in the front.
hopefully, yep, that did it. So that's it. And then I called Travis, Tyler and I called Travis beforehand. And he asked us to talk to the adjacent property owners, and 2 of the property owners are for Murray Management. And I went and talked to the Art Association, and they signed a couple forms that talked about it. So we have the consent of the adjacent property owner. If there's any questions, I'll answer it.
Thank you, Don. Any questions for staff? Councilman Yurger?
I didn't have any questions for Don, but I did have a question for legal. And that was my rationale for wanting to pull it off. I just needed to get some clarity again for myself with regards to the council's authority to make waivers. We had discussion about this before, and I wasn't really clear at the time when waivers were granted, whether or not the council and you were going to research, I think, at the time, whatever. So are we clear? Council can make waivers of its municipal code.
For this particular section, yes. 7-201 has a procedure. It says the council by resolution after due notice to abutting property owners as was provided may prescribe in a specific case. Now, the wording of the code I'm troubled by is it says variance in the application of any provision. But I think by the drafting of this, by saying the council may by resolution approve it, this is essentially saying the council may, as long as which the wording is included in the resolution, as long as whatever's being proposed is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the fire regulations.
So there's no distinction between a waiver and a variance as far as what we're dealing with language wise. You don't
And-
have any problems with the use of, we're granting a waiver of this rather than a variance.
Well, the way it's written here, I'm fine with it. Variant is a term of art under the UDC.
Okay, so we're good
but-
with the way the resolution's written.
Yes.
Thank you. That's what I needed to hear. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Are there any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen,
If there's no further comment, I will move to approve resolution 2021-117.
Councilman Legband,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on, item 10. Resolution 2021-112, approving request of Fremont Rotary Club to use the Fremont Municipal Airport for a fly-in breakfast. So we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. This is the annual request from the Rotary Club to use the city building for the fly-in. We use the hangar that we leased to Taylor Martin. Works very well. It's a popular event. I'll take any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger,
As a part of this event, do they need, or have they previously applied for a designated license, or they don't serve anything at this?
Coffee.
Coffee, great. The other reason that I had this removed, the application says that not only do they want to use the facility, they want the city to actually do some minor work with regards to that, and it wasn't in the resolution, and I thought maybe we should add that relative to what we're approving. And so I would propose to include that in the
Well, we
resolution.
actually scratched that. We don't need the cones anymore. We don't block off the west lane. So
So you're not doing cones and you're not doing trash cans?
we do the trash cans, but that's the only thing. We just drop off trash cans.
I don't care. We'll leave it as long as you got the other works. I just wanted to make sure that the street department had authority to be doing this at their
No.
request, so.
We just don't have the traffic. There's plenty of parking, so.
Councilman Yerger. Okay. Are there any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger,
Make a motion to approve resolution 2021-112.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now moving on to item 11, a motion to approve requests from the Fremont Board of Realtors to place pet waste stands in both John C. Fremont and Johnson Parks. Go ahead, Nate.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Nate Schwanke, Interim Director of Parks and Recreation. This request was brought to us by the Fremont Board of Realtors, wanting to add in 2 pet waste stands, one at John C. Fremont Park, one at Johnson Park. Other than that, there's little to no fiscal impact. We already pick up at those parks daily in regards to trash and dispose of that. So there's really no fiscal impact on us at all. They'll pay for the install cost and both the units. All we would do is basically install them and then charge them the cost. So
Thank you. Any questions for Nate? Thank you. Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
No comments, but I would make a motion to approve the Fremont Board of Realtors installation of Petway stands. They will purchase and place at John C. Fremont Park and Johnson Park, as well as approve the city's emptying and ongoing maintenance of those stands.
Councilwoman Ganem,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on, item 13. Move to authorize city clerk to sign special designated license for a class reunion event at Heatham Field. Go ahead, Tyler, changes.
Mayor and council, I received a resolution from Councilmember Yerger, and he suggested there would be a resolution for this item. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
We have the resolution here, I guess, Councilman Yerger.
Yes, I'd make a motion to receive this resolution document into the record. It's one that was suggested and modified by the clerk with regards to language. That's what you have before you.
Is there a second? Councilwoman Ganem,
Second.
cast your votes to receive.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
All right. Councilman Yerger, is there anything in the resolution you want to discuss or?
No, it just was a matter of getting it codified in the resolution. It needs a resolution number.
Okay.
So one thing that I could speak to is to bring to the council's attention, the city clerk was granted the authority to approve special designated license permits back in 2015. I generally bring them to the city council when they're outdoors, when they could potentially impact another neighborhood. And so that's kind of what's going on here tonight. So the next resolution number would be, let me take a look here. I think it would be 18. There was a 17 is number 9. And then, so I think 2021-118 is the number we want.
Are there any comments from the public? Seeing none. Is there a motion to approve? Councilman Yerger?
Yes, I'll make the motion to approve, but I would note for the discussion that the clerk and I had with regards to not necessary to have this memorialize any insurance application in regards to this because of who owns the property. And it's all being covered. Ordinarily, we would have that, but we don't need it here. So I make a motion to approve Resolution 2021-118.
Is there a second? Councilman Gibson,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to unfinished business. Item 14, resolution 2021-102 to recommend approval of liquor manager applications for Crystal M. Carter at 2 Casey's General Store locations. At this time, we'll have staff report.
So at our last meeting, this item was lacking the police department's report. That report is now included. I would ask the city council take action to approve the liquor manager application of Crystal M. Carter.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger.
I noticed on the police report information, which we didn't have the last time, but we do have this time. At the end of the paragraph in the narrative, it says, as of today's date, July 29th, I do not have not heard from them or received the paperwork necessary for the license application. And then there's another statement that says this has been requested to keep the investigation open till August 31st. Have those conditions been satisfied? And is that why it's before us now?
So yes, since we received the report, the condition had been met. I asked the police department to keep it open because had the had they not been able to get it turned in time for this meeting, the state allows them up until, I believe, the 30th to complete the process.
Okay, so we have all the requisite paperwork.
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilwoman Ganem,
I move we approve resolution 2021-102.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on, item 15, a resolution 2021-064 to approve revised Fremont Technology Park replat 3 preliminary plat. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is a request to approve a revised preliminary plat. It's associated with a revised final plat. It is substantially similar to what went to the Planning Commission. However, the lot lines did change a little bit. The outlot is a little bit smaller than what the Planning Commission saw. The drainage and grading study is still pretty much the same thing. However, because of that change in the lot sizes, we are requesting that both of these items go back to the Planning Commission for their review, which will be next Monday, and then come back to you on August 31st.
Your recommendation is to continue them to go back to planning.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
I guess if it's hearing that, is there a motion to continue item 15 to next meeting? Councilman Yerger.
I have a question for staff before I make the motion. I'm happy to make a motion to continue, but I do have a question. Sending this back to the Planning Commission, I'm curious what you're sending it back for specifically, because I would contend that from the discussion that we had at a council meeting, which started with Council Member Legband's concerns about the 5 lots and holding those off for future sale to ensure the integrity of the detention cell, and the ultimate motion that was passed by this council, which was to not have 5 lots in that preliminary and final plat, but rather to have an outlot, was the designated instruction for going back to Planning Commission. I'm curious as to why 5 lots are being shown here and not an outlot as requested by council.
The consultant evaluated the drainage and grading study. It went to the Planning Commission. It showed the 5 lots plus an outlot. The outlot, the major concern was the 100-year flood. The outlot contains, the existing outlot now contains the detention cells that will accommodate that 100-year flood. At the Planning Commission meeting, the neighbors were satisfied and thanked us for all of the work that we did. Between the Planning Commission and the City Council meeting, there had been a request because the size of the outlot was bigger than what was needed to accommodate the drainage. There had been a request by the administration to increase the size of those 5 lots a little bit to make them more marketable.
Well, I find that dialogue interesting and contrary to what council voted on in sending this back to the Planning Commission. I guess it doesn't seem to me that this is an administrative privilege to take something back to Planning Commission other than what we as council authorized the return to be, which was not 5 lots, not lot dimensions reduced. Fine to do the study and fine to make sure that we're building the detention cell better or bigger with regards to what we're doing there. But the specific instruction from council, and I made the motion, but it started with Council Member Legband and it was clarified several times in the record. Those 5 lots were to be a single outlot, to be determined for sale at some future date, once we had determined that in fact, the detention cell was going to be big enough, not just on paper, but in actuality. And that there was no particular hurry to sell those lots. 100, I don't know, I guess if we're selling lots for $25,000, that amount of savings, if you will, to ensure that the detention cell is going to be adequate is a small price to pay for the $1 million of infrastructure we're already granting into the tech park. And that was the basis and rationale for us holding that out as an outlot and voting as a council. I think it was 6-1 to send it back to Planning Commission with those specific instructions for plating. That would still be my expectation.
I'll defer to Travis on that particular motion. As I recall it, the final plat was sent back to the Planning Commission. I took the preliminary plat back because I felt that the two of those needed to go together and be consistent with each other. Our city administrator has been negotiating the sale of those particular lots. And I think he's got a couple of them that have offers on the table for them. And that's my understanding why, because the stormwater could be accommodated, the thought was that it was okay to include those lots.
Well, I make a motion to continue the item as requested, but I would encourage council to listen to the meeting starting at about 3.38 through 3.52 discussion of the motions that were approved by council with regards to how this plating was supposed to occur in the outlot that was supposed to be designated when it went back to Planning Commission. And if that's not what we're going to do, it seems to me that's a council action, nobody else's.
The issue with these plats right now is that the ones before council aren't, the question would be whether they substantially conform to what the Planning Commission approved. And it's been changed. So the Planning Commission needs to approve this version of the plat. And when it comes back to council, if you disapprove of the plat, then vote against it. That would be the council's remedy if they don't approve the plat.
Can you explain to me, council, how it is that the council voted 6-1 to create an outlot covering all 5 of those lots, and no one in this administration is responsible for actually making that happen?
Are you saying the council directed that a
Yes,
plat be
the
created?
council voted 6-1 to encapsulate all 5 of those lots into an outlot, specifically on tape.
Well, then if you don't get the plat that the council wanted, then vote against it.
I guess I'll speak to this. I was at the Planning Commission meeting. When that plat was brought back, it was an outlot. The Planning Commission sat up here and they considered it. And one of the questions coming from the Planning Commission was in regards to, we need to study this as a 100-year flood event. That is part of this process, as in going through the governmental process. It went back to planning. We presented it, but planning had more questions. And they wanted a study done at a 100-year flood event. And that's the plat that was brought back with the extended version of the ditch on the east side. So, what we're doing now is to continue it based on legal advice, to go back to planning based on those dimensions. And I support that, to make sure it's exactly what Planning Commission wanted. And when it gets back here, and if council doesn't approve of that, we can make changes again. But it went through the government, the process that was set up. And I was at that Planning Commission meeting when it was brought up. We need to study this for a 100-year event. And that's exactly what happened. And that's exactly the plat that came back directed by the Planning Commission. Councilman Jensen?
I'll make the motion to continue this resolution.
There was a motion to continue, so you'll second it? Cast your votes to continue.
I didn't record your vote there. Okay. Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 16, resolution 2021-065 to approve revised Fremont Technology Park replat 3 final plat. So we don't have a preliminary plat, so I would take a motion to continue this to the next meeting. Councilman Lake Band.
I'll make motion to continue resolution 2021-065.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to new business, resolution 2021-113 to approve request of the Deers 7th edition final plat on property generally located between East 23rd Street and Elk Lane, approximately 200 feet west of Deer Crossing. So at this time, we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is a request for the final plat that is associated with the annexation and change of zone that we previously discussed. We would request that this be continued until September 14th so that all three items can be voted on at the same time.
Any questions for staff? Is there a motion to continue? Councilman Jensen,
I will make the motion to continue resolution 2021-113.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on, to item 18, resolution 2021-114 to approve insurance renewal coverage proposal for the 2021-2022 pool year with the League Association of Risk Management, also known as LARM. So at this time, we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. Before you, you have the request to renew the coverage that we have through the League Association of Risk Management. As my staff report indicates, we went out to market last year to see what the market held and if LARM was still offering basically the best price for the coverage that we desired. And it was determined by an independent broker that that was in fact the case. What I'm requesting you consider doing is locking in 3 years. Last year, the motion and the resolution indicated that we were, if you will, locking in and would provide LARM 180 days notice if we chose to terminate the contract at the end of that 3 years. Council could go ahead and choose to continue for just 2 years. But I feel that it makes good sense to go ahead and try and lock it in as insurance costs continue to rise. The LARM group itself noted a 45% increase in the cost of their reinsurance to provide the coverages that they have for us. So with that, I'd take any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
This is a renewal, not just a selection of the 180-day 3-year commitment, 5% discount. Is that correct?
That is correct.
My suggestion then to council would be in this resolution in the opening whereas statement. I can't see that this resolution says anything about a renewal, just a selection of the 180-day termination notice and 3-year commitment. So I would suggest at the end of that first sentence in the whereas after LARM, it should add and wishes to renew the city's property and liability policy for a 1-year period. And if it's to be a 3-year period, we can change the language to 3-year period, but it needs to imply that we're actually seeking to renew the agreement, not just make a selection of the termination notice and discount.
One consideration that I would offer up with that is that one, this was prepared by the league itself. And two, because we did not provide a 180 days notice that we intended to terminate the contract, at this point, we can't not renew it in some fashion because we've committed to a 3-year term where we would give them 180 days notice if we intended to not renew it. Absent that notice, the action to renew, actually, you're correct in saying that it doesn't say renewal because that choice has already been made when we chose not to give them 180 days notice.
So I guess I asked legal, are we signing up for most resolutions would say we're signing up for a policy. Whether it's a new policy or a renewal policy, this language doesn't really tell us that. It just makes a selection for the termination at least 100 days in advance in order to get the 5% discount.
Yeah, I believe this termination, this decision for the city was following what the agreement already was. So you're saying you just
So
want to,
because we defaulted on giving them notice, we already have signed up
Well,
for insurance. Is that what you're saying?
there's been no default. We've just missed the window of time to cut it off.
Same thing.
Well, I'm sure there's provisions of default under the agreement too, but we're definitely not. As written, I'm okay with it. If you want to add, we're continuing it.
Well, I gather that Jody doesn't want us to rewrite it because it's not our resolution. Apparently somebody else wrote the resolution and we're not privy to modifying the language. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm simply explaining why additional language was not added.
Okay. And it is for 3 years, not a single year. Is that correct?
That depends on what council's choice is.
Well, if we choose the one that's X year, it would be a 3-year commitment.
Yes.
A 3-year policy, not a single year policy.
Correct. Assuming that 180 days notice, we could give them 180 days notice of our intent to not renew it.
Okay. I renew my request to add to the end of that first sentence and wishes to renew the city's property and liability policy for a period of 3 years.
Yes, do we have any, I have Councilman Jensen.
I just want to ask if you're all right with this, with the language the way it is, and if they didn't write it, if we rewrite it, is it going back to them and continuing on? I mean, if you think the language, the way it's written now, will get done what we want to get done, and Jody's happy with it, I'm happy with it the way it is.
Is that a question for me too? Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm not sure how the league would feel about adding that language. I don't, honestly, I don't think they really care all that much, but it's not needed, but if the council wants to, go for it.
We need to get, is there any public comments from the public? Seeing none, I would just make the comment that this pool that we're a part of, LARM, is a great benefit to Fremont. I don't know how many municipalities in regards that are a part of this pool, but when you're looking at going with this, other than the open insurance market, it's a lot of benefits in regards to what Fremont gets with insurance coverage with LARM. And so definitely support this moving forward. So are there any other comments from council? Councilman Legban?
If there are no more comments,
There's a motion to add language to the resolution for a 3-year term to amend. And legal, I just, if LARM gets this and says this is, I mean, they wrote the resolution, correct? LARM did.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, yep. But I'm saying, in effect, that language won't change what's happening.
Okay. There's a motion to amend. Is there a second?
I second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 4-3.
Okay, I would then just take a motion as written. Councilman Legban,
I make a motion to approve resolution number 2021-114 as written.
Councilwoman Ganem,
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
Moving on to item 19. Resolution 2021-115 to approve Ritz Lake replat 7. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This request and the one that follows are two replat requests for the Ritz Lake subdivision. They're simply moving a couple lot lines to change the sizes of some of the lots. We can't do it administratively because it exceeds the number of lots that we're able to do it administratively. It's pretty straightforward, a very simple request, and staff recommends approval. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Thank you. Seeing none, any comments from the public?
Good evening. My name is Greg Hall. I'm the real estate representative for the Ritz Lake Development. Just kind of echo what Mrs. Dam said earlier. We're simply just moving a couple lot lines around, adjusting the sizes of some. We're not requesting any zoning changes, variances, or anything of that nature. So pretty straightforward request, but I did want to make myself available to answer any questions if anyone had some.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger,
Hearing, and I make a motion to approve resolution 2021-115.
Councilman Lakeband,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 20, resolution 2021-116 to approve Ritz Lake replat 8. This time we'll have staff report.
Again, this is a request to move a few lot lines in the Ritz Lake subdivision. Pretty simple plat. I'm available to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Thank you. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? If there are none, I take a motion in regards to resolution 2021-116. Councilman Yerger,
Move approval of resolution 2021-116.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on, item 21, ordinance 5582 to approve the sale of Tech Park property to Valley Drive Properties LLC. There's a request to suspend rules and move to final reading. And note, as in we need to repeal another ordinance to complete this ordinance would be 5565. But staff can address that, so.
Mayor and City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. This lot was originally sold to Slam, which was Eric Lozo with Total Fire. He decided not to purchase the land there. Kelby then reached out to me and said, hey, I would certainly be interested in buying those 3 lots. He had expressed interest in the 2 lots south of 29th Street. But he chose the 3 lots where Slam was, and then Summit Medical is interested in actually purchasing the 2 lots behind them, which is what Kelby intended to purchase. So it actually worked out well, even though I'm sad to see Total Fire not go out to the tech park. And so part of approving this, and the reason for waiving it, is you've already approved the sale once. This is the exact same purchase agreement, exact same language that you approved in April with Slam. You just simply need to repeal the ordinance 5565. And so that have to be amended into the ordinance. And remember, this will then go to a remonstrance period for 30 days. So and the applicant is here. Kelby is here to talk about what he intends to do with the property as far as setting it up for Allo.
Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public?
Kelby Herman Valley Drive Properties. That lot is intended to be used for Allo Communications. We will be building a shop facility and a retail facility there and a small call center. So they intend to employ 20 to 30 people at that location, and they're very anxious to get going in Fremont. So I would ask that you would consider waiving the additional readings so we can proceed with construction in 30 days. Any questions?
Any questions for the applicant?
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. I did have a few questions. One of them is on the prior applicant Slam. I believe you had requested an earnest deposit. And so I'm assuming since they backed out of the deal, we retain that. And I believe according to what's in this contract, that's approximately $6,000. Also, when land started to sell, that was supposedly going to be I think upped in what we retain on the land. In other words, we weren't going to give back the full 12,000. We brought that down. I think one of the last purchases was 7,500, even though that was never a decision made by council individually. It just came about because it was decided administratively. But the $12,000 was given back per acre on the initial purchase of the lands, and then it went down to 7,500. So I wondered, is that going to be equitable for all properties here on in that are available there, that you're going to retain that $12,000 discount for purchase? And then again, my initial question, did we retain that 6,000 in earnest deposit?
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
Well, I would like to follow up on that comment. I had it on my notes as well as to a couple of those points. One, obviously, there was escrow or earnest money that was in the prior agreement. So I am interested in knowing if they didn't fulfill their agreement, is the city keeping the money? And if not, why not?
So if you read the contract, earnest money at the signing of the agreement, purchaser shall pay earnest money of $6,000 deposit with Dodge County title. They never signed the agreement.
When was this agreement originally initiated?
So council approved it in April. They refused to sign it.
So ordinance 5565 was an April passage?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to the other comments that were made, and I realized saying, well, we're just giving up the same terms as what was in that agreement back in April. I specifically recall during some discussion of the sales of these properties that both you and Ms. Mitchell came to council and said, when challenged about why were we selling $50,000 to $75,000 invested property for 20, it came back and said, well, we're gonna start raising that, and we raised it in essence to $25,000 by reducing the amount of discount to 7,500 from the 12,100 and some that we were doing originally. But the follow-up that discussion was, and in the future, we'll be moving to recover cost. It's now August. And other than for the fact they're assuming an agreement that was originally brought forward in April, why aren't we moving to the latter statement of we're going to recover cost?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, so this is exactly the same purchase agreement you already approved. The refund is $7,500. It's It's certainly not a new parcel. It's an existing parcel you already sold, so I would hate to go back.
But it's a new sale because the other sale did not go through and it's now August.
Then change it, trace another
I-
applicant away.
I'm just trying to understand the statements that you and Ms. Mitchell made to council several months ago about we started out at 20, we're going to 25, and we're going to recover costs at some point. I'm just asking, when's the some point? It's several months now past April. Is there a point? When is the point where we sell for costs rather than at a 50 or 60% discount?
Certainly not a lot we've already sold.
Order, please. Thank you. Are there any other comments from council?
Well, wait, I'm not done. I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
Before any action would be taken on this, I just, I hate to point these things out, but there's, I have to, Mark, I'm sorry, and I don't want to address you specifically, but I would call attention to council, legal counsel, who I assume is reviewing these documents, and to other members of city council, who I assume are reviewing these documents. Section 3 of this agreement says that we're selling this property to Slam Enterprises. It's just not accurate. So if we pass this, section 3. So if we pass this ordinance 5582, we would be selling the property to the wrong organization. Well, it doesn't matter. It's incorrect and it needs to be fixed before you would take action on this item. And I'm assuming legal counsel would agree with me.
You have to amend it to repeal 5565.
Yeah, just add that amendment when you amend to add the repealing of the previous ordinance.
And by the way, I'm welcoming Al. This is not about you. This is a procedural matter as far as I'm concerned.
Any other comments from council? I would just say, we've had this discussion on these lots ad nauseum and, these lots were already sold. Allo is here ready to, we had the member back out. And I would just say to council, we either, can move forward and get these lots sold and move on with the tech park. So the added benefit of the tech park properties can be realized. And that's the added jobs, the added sales tax going on in that park, that the point of the park, that was the point of it. And that's why we had the LB 840 money, that we had the million, or it was close to $1 million that we're able, because we had to meet a job requirement. There's these requirements, and we've talked about this, council. I mean, like I said, ad nauseum. So I guess it's just up to you at this point, what you want to do on these lots. Do you want to move forward and get them going and get companies in there so we can, as Fremont, start realizing the benefit? Or are we just going to continue to wait and drag this on? So that's my only comment on this. Is there I would first need a motion to repeal 5565. Probably need to do that separately, right?
Mayor, you could amend the ordinance and just add that as one of the sub paragraphs. This ordinance repeals.
So I guess I would take a motion in regards to the ordinance 5582. As well as repealing 5565. Councilman Legban.
I'd make a motion to approve ordinance 5582 and repeal ordinance 5555.
I think it'd be best to amend it first.
Okay.
And
Like-
then include the amendment for paragraph 3, where substitute Valley Properties for Slam Enterprises.
So moved.
Councilman Yerger. Is there a second? Councilwoman Ganem,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Now I would need a motion in regards to the ordinance 5582 as amended. Councilman Gibson,
I'll make that motion.
Councilman Legban,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Now we need to have first reading.
An ordinance pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska to Valley Drive Properties LLC pursuant to Nebraska law on first reading.
Now I take a motion to suspend rules and move to final reading. Councilman Jensen,
I will make the motion to suspend the rules and move 5582 to final reading.
Councilwoman Ganem,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion fails 5-2. There's a 6-vote requirement for this to suspend the rules, so it fails.
I think you can only vote to break the tie or to be the majority vote.
Well, it'll come back on the next meeting, correct? Okay. Right, moving on, item 22. Ordinance 5583, establishing rate schedules for natural gas system. Now we'll have staff report. I think we have.
Yes, Mayor, City Council. John Kratzky is here. John is our rate consultant. He does all our cost of service studies that we do on all 4 utilities. You noticed in the staff report, the last time we actually did any changes, the natural gas rate was 2015, so it's been a long time. The gas generally flows straight through. It's not as much as a burden as some of the other utilities, simply because we're buying gas and then reselling it, and so we're the middleman. And so normally the cost that we take in the middle covers our cost. The impetus for this change, though, was the polar vortex that we experienced this year, and that certainly caught us off guard. That's when we saw gas costs increase 300 to 400%, and it cost the city about $600,000 to buy the extra gas. So part of this is also to change the ordinance. There's really 2 parts. One is the 2.7% increase, which is a very small increase since we haven't done anything since 2015. The second part is to change the rate ordinance to add some language to make sure that when we have a similar event, that if they chose not to curtail, and so part of the rate says that you get a cheaper rate as a gas customer if you agree to curtail when we have incidents like the polar vortex. Specifically, Holstone has a diesel system. They actually turn off the natural gas completely. They burn diesel and they use it to heat their boilers, and they don't use any gas. We've got numerous customers that have signed up for that. And initially, the penalty that we had if they didn't curtail certainly at the time seemed appropriate, but now with the polar vortex, that no longer is applicable, because now we've seen exactly what those costs can be. And so what we're trying to change here is change the ordinance to make sure, should that ever happen again, and I certainly hope it doesn't, that we have the ability to go in and charge them the appropriate cost because they failed to curtail when they were asked to curtail. And so John is here. He'll walk you through the rate study that he does. And then we talk about the ordinance. So
Okay, is my presentation?
I will share. it.
Okay, outstanding. Mayor, members of the council, John Kraske. I think I've seen most of you here in past meetings. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I probably didn't have the reading glasses on last time, so I'm here to talk about natural gas rates. I'm going to wait until my presentation gets pulled up so I don't repeat myself too much. Oh, that's the report.
Oh, you want the presentation?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oops, there we go. John.
Okay, there we go. So just a quick overview of the presentation, page down. Oh, I'll wait. I know, I think am I the last person on the agenda? I'll tell this joke here while they're getting the screen up. I was at a meeting, boy, it was about 8 or 9 years ago, and I was in the middle of the agenda, but the guy right before me, he was an underwriter talking about a bond financing and tells the council, hey, I can give you an hour-long presentation or I can give you a 15-minute presentation. The mayor looks at him and says, take that 15-minute presentation and cut it in half. So
I won't do that to you.
okay, I appreciate that. I know you've heard this before at the infrastructure board meeting. So there we go. Okay. So just if we go down to the next slide. Just a quick overview of my presentation, introduction, projected financial results, talk about the cost of service and rate design. The rate design really was the key part of this, as Brian was indicating, talking about the what was going on with the polar vortex and making changes about that. Talk about comparisons in neighboring utilities. This is a tough one, but I think it's an easy one as well. So we'll get to that. I'll talk about that and then talk about the recommended ordinance that is in your meeting materials. So next slide, please. Thanks, Brian. The purpose is we want to look at the financial performance of the utility first, make sure that the rates are adequate, see if the rates are adequate. If they're not adequate, come up with a rate plan to address that going forward. Talk about rates. We want to develop rates that reflect the cost of service and accomplish other goals. And I think probably the biggest issue, again, was that polar vortex. And then again, address the rate design issues that's centered around that. And I think we've got a very good plan to take care of that. So talk about projected financial results. So when we look at the rates, how they're performing and how they compare to expenses, I'll say that for your current budget, it looks like you have adequate revenue to cover those expenses. Now, the issue is probably one of your surpluses will decline over the next few years. And when I say surpluses, I'm not talking about like with an investor utility that has an 8% return on rate base. I'm looking at your cash outflow and your cash inflow, and it's very close to even. And I think that may be a little skinny for an enterprise like this, especially with enterprise that has risks like what happened in February, other things going on in the gas supply industry. So again, I will say that surplus goes pretty much to zero over the next 4 years. And there are some capital improvements on the horizon that the gas department's talking about that will help protect you financially in case of another February weather event. And I think it's important to make sure that you have adequate funding to take care of that going forward. So if we go to the next slide, please. So when we look at the cost of service, I'll say this, we did the rate study in 2015. As Brian noted, you pretty much, your gas entity, your gas utility acts as a pass-through entity. You don't own gas wells, you don't own pipelines, you don't own a lot of those issues. You contract for a lot of that with other parties. And then you pass through the cost of that gas supply. What you do own, you own your distribution system. You own a peaking plant that helped you through the February event. You own the billing infrastructure, the folks that do the meter reading and the folks that send out the bills, and you of course own the administrative infrastructure. So it's that internal infrastructure, the cost that needs to be passed through to your customers. And everything else is on a pass-through basis through what's called a gas cost adjustment. But again, with the things like peaking plant and potential improvements in that, and I'll say potential additions to the amount of storage capacity you might have on interstate pipelines, that's costs that need to be covered through other means. And that has to be covered through your general rates. Again, your rate classes are all pretty close to paying the cost of service, which isn't a surprise. You haven't had a big change in your cost structure over the last few years. The primary deficiency is in the monthly customer charge for residential and small commercial customers. You have to have a pipe sitting there. You have to have a meter sitting there. You have to read the meter every month and send them a bill. There's monthly costs that even if you shut off the gas valve in the house and don't have the hot water heater, the stove, or the heater running, you still have costs to send that customer a bill every month and to have your infrastructure sitting there serving them. So I'd say the key thing I see with regards to the rates for your residential and small general service customers is to increase that customer charge to help make sure that when in a low usage period that you're not losing money on those customers. So that was the key finding out of the cost of service study. Any questions on that particular topic? Okay, everybody wants to go home. I'm sorry.
Yeah, question.
Yes, sir.
That concerns me a little bit that the residential was keyed off of or targeted and nobody else was.
Oh, all the other rate classes are targeted too. Every rate class is getting an increase out of this. It just happens to be that on the residential and small general service, it's being directed at that customer charge that's every month. So it's like I think $1 a month. So it's and I don't have my report right in front of me, but yeah, the other rate classes are seeing an increase, and I have a table in a couple slides that'll show that. I've done enough of these that I don't come in and say residential rate needs an increase and the industrials need a decrease. I'm smart enough to know that my tires would be slashed before I got out of town on something like that. And I'll say too, all the rate classes show a need for an increase, but I think it was notable that with regard to those, it was the customer charge and not the usage rate that needed to be adjusted. So what I'm proposing in the ordinance is a 2.7% increase that would go into effect October of 2021. That coincides with the beginning of your budget year. Again, it'll help ensure that you have sufficient revenue over the next 4 years. It helps provide enough capital to fund some internal projects that you're looking at with regard to your peaking capacity. I want to talk about this point very quickly on the peaking capacity and the storage capacity and the way you manage your system through the winter event. I heard you say that you incurred costs of about $600,000 above what you would normally expect during that event. I do rate work for several other municipals in the state. I have one that spent in 4 days almost what they would have spent, almost what they spent in all of last fiscal year in 4 days. And so the $600,000 is a tough pill to swallow, I realize. But if you do the ratios, it would have been over $10 million that Fremont would have incurred if you had incurred the same kinds of costs as my other client. They had to spread that out in a PCA or a gas cost adjustment over a 1 year period. And then each customer was going to pay about $15 a month. So I think these capital investments that the city's looking at are important. I think they'll help mitigate some of the issues. And again, I've had a lot of questions about this through my electric work. Is this an anomaly that we saw in February, or are we seeing conditions that lead us to believe that these kinds of events could happen again? What we've seen in the electric industry, and as you know, there were rolling outages going on during this. There's an increasing dependence on natural gas in the electric industry. And because of that, there's more natural gas usage in the winter. Combustion turbines need it. You all have some gas-fired capacity, I know. And what happens is when you have a cold event like that drives up electric demand, and it's also driving up gas demand, it's going to drive up gas prices. Supply and demand, laws of economics still undefeated. I do believe, though, that it's important. I mean, I would say it's important to be prepared for this to happen again. I mean, we can hope. Hope is not a plan. I think the steps that the city's taking with regard to capital, with regard to investing in storage and peaking capacity are going to help you get through the next event if it occurs. And if it doesn't occur, great. All the better. I mean, everybody's going to be happy. But if it does occur, you'll be happy that you've made that capital investment. And it's not just in an event like February where it's going to be beneficial. You could have days where gas prices go to, $20 an MMBTU instead of $200 an MMBTU, and you're still going to be better off having that, and you'll be happy that you've made that investment. And to make that investment without having to issue debt, which is what we're talking about with this rate plan, all the better. So I just speech over on that. Go to the next slide, please. I will say that your existing rate structure is reasonable. I don't see a lot of you. I've seen some gas utilities of this size that have 15 rates. You don't. You have an efficient rate structure. You manage it within with a very limited number of rate schedules. That makes it easier to administer. You're not sitting there trying to decide which class a customer should be under. I will say there are 4 recommended rate design changes that I want to talk about. The first is on your large volume customers. Right now, you have what's called a declining block rate. So that means the first X thousand MMBTUs are at this rate, the next X thousand are at this rate, and the third thousand are at this rate. And so basically, the more you use, the cheaper it gets. That's not really reflective of the cost of providing service to those customers. I mean, your variable costs to serve those customers doesn't really reduce if they use more gas. So we're trying to make sure that rate is reflective of the cost of service, and make sure that that what you're charging your largest user, their last MMBTU is not less than what you're charging for the first MMBTU for someone else. You've got customer charges that they're supposed to cover that, and you got capacity charges, and you have minimum use charges that will take care of that. But I think that's a prudent change to make, so that the interruptible rate will have a flat rate, and the firm rate will have a flat rate for transportation. The second one is something that Brian alluded to, was with regard to the penalty provisions for interruptible customers. You have a number of customers that you can call and say, we need you to be off our system during critical use days, or a critical day if it's called by the pipeline. And I'll say that up until this last year, I thought your provisions were actually very, very solid. But you had a cap basically of $138 in MMBTU, I think it was, that you can charge them if they don't interrupt. And that actually ties to a rate that's on Northern Natural Gas Pipeline. The city was incurring costs of well over $200 in MMBTU for that last MMBTU of gas. If one of those customers had not curtailed, if they had rode through that event on your system, you probably would have been losing money on them. And again, I think the rate was reasonable up until a year ago. I don't think anybody in this industry could have predicted that we would have seen the prices we did. So what we've done is we've adjusted the ordinance, and I'll make it clear, the customer did interrupt their usage. The city was not placed in have any economic disadvantage because of what happened, but it did say that, look, we need to adjust this language. So we basically have adjusted the language to enable the city to recover the higher of the pipeline penalty rate, or what your actual cost of natural gas is. So, and I believe that provision will protect you in the future if a customer chooses to ride through it on your system. You're going to look at what your bill from the natural gas suppliers are. You're going to pass it through to them. You're held harmless. And I think that's an important factor. So that's probably the most critical change that we made in the rate schedules. So I just want to give you a chance to ask any questions about that.
No questions,
Okay.
John.
All right. Well, everybody wants to get home. The last 2 items, I want to provide language in there. So there may be a circumstance where you look at your interruptible customers and say, well, I've got enough gas to supply half of their needs. But anything more than that, I'd have to cut them. The language as it's written doesn't allow you to do a pro rata curtailment. You can't call up a customer and say, hey, you can still use some gas, but we need you to cut your usage 50%. So this language would permit you to do that, use a pro rata curtailment, or if you have more than one customer and you only need to cut one, you can cut your largest customer day one, your second largest customer day two, and use that kind of a curtailment approach. That may enable you to provide more gas to those interruptible customers when you have it. It's just an option though. And then the last one is you currently have a transportation rate in your rate schedule. You have no customers on the rate. You've had no customers ask to be on the rate. So we're proposing, and I think a large reason for that is that you have your large gas user rate. It's tied to a gas index. They're not going to find probably a better gas supply proposal from a third party simply because you tie it to the DMARC rate on the natural gas pipeline. They're not going to find probably that good of a price on their own. So I'm suggesting just to eliminate the transportation rate. Again, for basically because you don't have any customers using it, you've had no interest in it. It's really extraneous to the rate schedule at this point. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Let me just say that in terms of the rate design changes that I'm proposing, they don't have any effect on revenues. We talked about the 2.7% increase earlier. These changes that I'm talking about will not affect the revenues really on a system-wide basis on their own. It's just the rate change that we're proposing. Last slide, next slide. So it's very difficult to compare natural gas rates from one customer to another because most utility, pretty much every utility, it seems like, has a different way of calculating their gas cost adjustment, how they calculate their transportation, what's included in their transportation rate. I tried to go through a couple of examples. For example, MUD has their what they would charge a customer like Holstone, for example, would be about 54 cents an MMBTU. But then they're also going to add on top of that firm transportation. They're going to add on some storage rates. They're going to add on any of the costs associated with the peaking plants that they use. And so unless you know month to month what they're actually charging for that, that's not really a valid comparison to what Fremont is, because your rate, which is the equivalent of $2. My presentation came off there. Your rate includes all of those elements that are not included in the MUD rate. And I would say by the time we added all those elements, plus look at how you performed through the February event compared to MUD, I would say that your rates were probably comparable. Black Hills is another example. They have a choice gas rate that's quite a bit higher, for their customers that use that. So I would say that, in terms of large volume, I think by the time you start going through the apples and making sure that's apples and apples comparisons, your rates are fine. I mean, customers would not be coming to your city and using your natural gas if they weren't. Last point on the February event, one more, and I missed the part about Black Hills. They incurred over that 4-day period about what they would have paid for the entire year. And they're an investor-owned utility, and they have a tariff on file, and they went to the Public Service Commission and said, yeah, we're going to collect this money. We're going to spread it over 3 years. But I think the story I read as I was preparing for this presentation is if they had followed their tariff and passed through the costs in March or April when they should have, or when they could have, that would have cost each of their residential customers about $330. I would say that the way you managed your way through that situation is very laudable. I think it was well managed, and yes, you did have some additional costs. It wasn't $330 a month, $330 per customer. So that makes the rate consultant's job a lot easier because like I said, I was somewhere else where we had to figure out how to pass these costs over a 12-month period. And it was going to be about $20 a month per customer. So, all right. So again, well, I think your revenues are adequate right now. I think over the next 4 years, I mean, when I say adequate, they're covering the costs. They're not collecting any additional for reserves. They're not providing you any capital reserve budget, capital improvement buffers. I think it would be appropriate, given the cost of service, to raise rates about 3%, about 2.7%, I think is the actual number. And again, I think that a lot of that should be directed to customer charge for the smaller customers, and then for the larger customers directed across the board at customer charge and the usage charge. So recommendation. Oh, I'm sorry, I got a couple of additional conclusions. Again, those penalty provisions are not adequate to protect the city. You made it through the February event okay, but let's prepare for the next one in case that happens. And then again, that declining block rate, I think, is not reflective of cost of service principle. So we'll make some modifications to that. Last slide. 2.7% rate increase is what I'm proposing. Implement that via the rate ordinance that was provided as part of your packet, primarily through the customer charge for the smaller customers, and then across the board for the larger customers. So I guess I did not have the table. I don't, it got deleted somehow, but there it is, rate design. There it is, right? That table right there. And I lost my screen share. Let me see if I can get it here. I can't get it back up. I'm sorry. And I think if you look at this particular table that should be in your presentation, you can see that all of the rate classes are getting some level of rate increase. So, I mean, it's not just the commercial, and it's not just the small general service or the residential customers that are getting that increase. So just to clarify that point, that all the other classes are getting a rate change as well. So did that address your question earlier?
It did, but the residential is getting the most, right? Interruptible commercial is the same, but
right.
Business large volume is at 2.3. Residential is at 3.
Yes,
and residential is getting hit with a usage fee.
Residential is getting.
That's in that 3%. Though.
Yeah, the residential. The 3% includes the customer charge. So if a typical customer's bill was, I'll say $100, their customer charge may have gone up $1, and then their usage charge may have gone up $2. That's included in the 3%. That's not in addition to the 3% increase. That's embedded in there.
So how much is the usage fee right now, or the fee that we pay?
Look at the ordinance. Residential, it's right there. Customer charge $10.50. That's a good question.
So we're saying it was $10.50. It was $9.50 before.
That's my. I need to. That's my recollection. Like I said, I have to pull up on my. My recollection is that I raised the customer charge $1 a month. Does that sound right, Brian? Okay. And I'm sorry, I don't have my materials right up in front of me here. So I think it went from $9.50 to $10.50 a month, though.
Okay, I can't find it now, but during that polar vortex, I thought I read it somewhere. I've done a lot of reading on this agenda. Was there state funds available to help?
So yes, we applied when they got back to us and said it was fully subscribed. So I've asked that it be considered in the next round of approval, and they said, we'll get back to you.
So there was state funds available, but we applied too late to get it.
No, we didn't apply too late. We applied 4 days after we found out about it, and they said it was fully subscribed.
Well, then that would have told us it was too late. If we would have put in the form in one day, we probably would have gotten it.
We couldn't have done it one day. We couldn't be possible. So.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Yerger.
So a few follow-up questions with regards to that. I wanted to make sure that I understand the customer charge. So you said you raised it $1 or whatever when we were talking about residential. So it went from $9.50 to $10.50. Is that what we said?
Yeah.
So I didn't see anywhere in the presentation where that was discussed. You said they raised them all. My question was, well, not so much was it $1? What's the percent increase that was levied against residents versus large biz if they all increased? Did they all go up $1 or no?
No. It's the 3% ballpark, and like it was noted, you know, some of them are a little less than 3%, some are at 3%. So with regard to the larger customers, their bills are going to go up about 3%, a little less than 3%. That's more than $1 for a customer like Holstone that's using a lot more natural gas than a residential customer.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to understand is that if I'm a residential customer and we have a lot of folks that are on fixed income and older folks, and what they do in order to get by the winter is they crank their thermostats down to 45 or 50 degrees and just don't want to freeze. But at the same token, we're saying, well, because you reduce your volume, we're going to increase your customer charge. And so you will pay more regardless of what you attempt to do on your usage. Is that accurate?
I think that's, I think a customer that uses the same amount of natural gas next year, every month, a residential customer that uses the same amount of natural gas next year, every month is going to pay $1 a month more. That I agree with. Whether it's the assertion that it's going to hit certain types of customers be more impactful, that's hard to say. I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of different ways to look at this issue. One thing I have discovered through the work I've done is that just because you're low income doesn't mean you're a low natural gas user. You may have poor insulation. You may have a lot of drafty house. And by, in fact, raising the customer charge $1 and leaving the volume the same, if they're if they're an inefficient user of natural gas, as a lot of older homes are, poorly insulated homes are, you're actually probably treating them better than if you had raised the usage charge, because their usage may be disproportionately larger.
Well, maybe I didn't understand the customer charge. It's sensitive to usage, or it's just a
No,
flat charge?
It's a flat charge. It's $1 a month.
Because we have to send you a bill. And
Right. Yes.
So my next question has to do with sending a bill to a residential customer at an extra $1 or whatever versus a large customer.
Mhm.
I'm assuming that a large customer's bill isn't 1 or 2 pages of
Nope.
bill and a postage stamp.
Which-
It's a significant bill.
Which is why they have a lot
So
larger
their
customer.
customer charge is not like $10.50, it's like $1,000 or some ridiculous amount. because
It's a
of-
very high number with a minimum usage threshold as well, but it's the fixed charge for that customer charge is like $100 a month if I fully, or
$50 for interruptible.
$50 for an interruptible customer. So
$80 for a large volume. Yeah, $80 for a large volume customers a month.
So maybe about 5 times for large volume customers as to what we're putting on residential customers. The other question that I had to do, you said that you used the capital investments in the study. I think they were the ones that were known at this time. So my question is, and it's kind of a question to staff as well, since you've built in what we knew at the time you did study. My question is to you and to staff, does the capital investment plan for the years that were under consideration for these budget cycles, is that expected to be different in any significant way from what was offered for purposes of the study?
No.
In the same realm? Okay, so then my next question in that regard is, when you look at the capital investments that are necessary and the amount of rates that are required from everyone to cover those charges, do you also look at who precipitates that specific type of capital investment? That is it the small residential customer that demanded we put these investments in, or is it the large customers that needed capacity and therefore largely accrues to them, even though I know I've heard them say, we might need that capacity 10, 20, 50 years down the road. So it's okay for the residents to contribute now, even though it's the large customers that are driving this currently. So my question to you is, does your study take that into account when we look at the investments that are built in here?
My study calculates the cost of service by rate class. a capital improvement, let's say it's a peaking plant improvement.
And that is one.
And that's one of the capital improvements in the budget. That gets spread to all customers because all customers benefit from that. I disagree with the assertion that it's driven by potential needs of large customers, because I'll tell you, in February, if you had run out of gas, you would have been curtailing across the board. After you cut your interruptible customers, you would have been shutting off mains to residential customers, to small general service customers, basically anything that wasn't a critical load, you would have started doing some kind of a pro rata curtailment. So a peaking plant, it's driven by system-wide needs. It's not driven by a single customer, because everybody benefits from that peaking plant.
I don't debate that everybody may benefit, but somebody that has a very small volume of usage versus somebody that has a really large volume of usage
Right.
benefits greater from those investments, because absent them, they
Yes,
wouldn't be able to do business at all.
that's correct. And I would say that the large customer is allocated the larger portion of it. So if you have a customer who's using 1,000, I'll say, let's take a broad example. Let's say you have a customer that uses 99 MMBTUs a month, and you have a customer who uses 1 MMBTU a month. The customer who uses 99 MMBTUs is going to get 99% of the cost. And the customer who uses 1 MMBTU is going to get 1% of the cost. And you can continue all the way from Holstone down to the little old lady in an apartment that just has a hot water heater. And it's going to get spread based on how much they use. So Holstone may end up paying $20,000 a year for the peaking plant. Little old lady might be paying 15 cents. I'm just throwing out round numbers. The benefits or the costs are allocated based on the usage, and the usage is really the driver of what the benefit is.
Okay. And I guess it was just trying to really follow up on Councilman Ellis's discussion in that regard. So coming back one more time to the customer charge and the percentage change that was increased in my example. It looks like we've raised the customer charge for the small little old lady customer, whatever, 10%.
A little more than 10%, go 950 to 1050,
So when
yes.
it comes to the large customers and the discussion, we said, well, they might be paying $50. Did their rate go up 10%?
Their customer charge didn't go up 10%, but their overall bill will go up 3%, which is the same as what the small users bill with a typical usage would go up. I mean,
How did you determine whether or not the customer charge should go up differently rather than uniformly with regards to, we need to recover from customer charge? And so we're going to raise customer charge 10% across the board for everybody. And the rest is usage driven. That's fine. And the numbers come out where they are, because if you would have raised the customer charge, then those large customers' percentage increase may not have been 2.3 or
Right.
or 3.0, would have been
Right.
something higher.
And I
I'm
mean,
just trying to figure out
Sure.
why the customer charge wasn't percentage wise increased proportionally for all types of users. If you need to cover the cost of sending a bill,
it's to cover the cost of sending a bill, the cost of having the pipe in the ground, having a meter sitting on the house. You've got a minimum size of your system that is just sitting there. If you've got a cost of pipe just to run down a street, it may be larger than what that minimum size is, but that very minimum size, you'll need to recover that from a customer. And again, the way I do the cost of service, I calculate, okay, the customer charge for this class is, right now it's $9.50. The cost of service indicated is closer to $10.50 or $11 a month. So that's where we're going to direct the rate increase for them. For the other customers where it looks like it's more on the usage, that's where we direct it. I mean, it's the matter of how you, and yeah, that I understand there's concerns about raising the customer charge that much. That's the result of the cost of service study. And
I'm just looking for equity between, not on the usage side, because if you're using it, you need to pay for it. And whether you're a residential or a large business customer, volume, you're using it, you pay for it. My real question was whether or not there's equity in the way we establish the customer charge with regards to that, because to me, I would just have studied that separately, and it is what it is. And then whatever volume you have would be added on top of that. It wouldn't have driven me to be 3% uniform across everybody. If your customer charge needed to go up, not 10%, but 20% because of the size of the bill comparison to the small customer, then yours should have gone up 20%. not trying to stay at 3% overall for usage and customer charge. You should pay your fair share of the customer charge, just like the residential customer. And if we'd have done that, perhaps the overall rates for large customers, as Mr. Ellis was alluding to, would have actually incremented up a little more because their customer charge would have reflected it in the overall rate. And that's what I was driving at. And I'm wondering, wouldn't that have been more equitable?
Generally, I'll just say generally, when you direct rate increases at the customer charge and not at the usage, if we had raised all the customer charges 10%, I'll say for equity purposes, and not done anything with the usage charge, then you would have had residential customers getting an 8% increase and large users getting a 1% increase, because the customer charge is such a small component of the overall bill for a large user. It would have had the opposite effect of what you're suggesting.
I wasn't implying that you substitute customer charge for usage. Usage needs to carry its own weight. My theory was customer charge would have reflected the same increase. And on top of that, you would have put usage. So you might have had 3% for residents, but you might have not had 3% for business. You might have had 5%.
That's a possibility. I think that the way that the rates were designed, reflects the legal requirement that you establish rates that are fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory. And there's different elements of each of those. I think there's a reasonableness aspect of it that raising all the customer charges 10%, and leaving the usage, I don't think would have been a reasonable result. I think it's reasonable to expect all customers to pay more for the capital improvement program that's putting in place. I would say that the larger users are probably, based on the way we did design the rates, are paying a greater proportion of that than the residential customers, because customers are paying an extra $1 a month, and that's really just covering their cost of infrastructure. I would say that any of that rate increase isn't covering this capital improvement program. Large users, they are. I mean, they're seeing a 3% increase on much higher usage, and they're honestly, I think they're going to be paying they're going to be paying more of that share than small users under this rate plan.
How many rate studies do you do a year, John?
Too many. It varies per year, but I will say that across utilities in Nebraska, I'll say over the course of my career, I've probably done 80 rate studies for about 80 different clients. In the last 2 years, I've done natural gas rates for Hastings utilities. I've done electric rates for Grand Island utilities. And again, I think electric and natural gas have very common aspects in terms of how you design rates. Falls City Utilities is another client, Fort Morgan, Colorado. I mean, I would say in a typical year, though, I do 5 to 10 rate studies, and but again, a lot of these clients I work with do a rate study every 3 years or 4 years. So, I may not do a rate study for somebody this year, but they may call me next year to do a study. So
Are these rates or these style of rates consistent with what you've done? I mean, so if somebody would challenge us being unreasonable, you'd have to defend us with, would you survive this test?
I
Because it's
would.
Consistent with other rates.
If one of your customers sued you and I was asked to be an expert witness on your behalf, I would absolutely, I would feel absolutely comfortable testifying under oath that these rates are fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory.
I just have one last question.
Yeah, that's fine.
And it may be an administrative question rather than
sure.
for you, but when we have large business customer bills, are those digital, or they get paper, or they get both? And are they, per line types of bills? That is, do they run on for pages?
They probably can get in 2 pages, maybe 3. When they have multiple services, they normally are in paper because they're complicated.
So they take more time to prepare.
Not necessarily more time, because computer does it. We manually check them because they're so large.
So it's not that the volume of paper that you're sending to a small customer or residential customer versus a big customer is a thin bill versus a big bill.
Yes.
It's
Well, like John said.
the complexity of a bill to do this,
well,
a
The
small customer
charge
versus.
includes the meter that's there, includes the pipe that you put there. It's whether, you know, what did it cost us to maintain a service for their, they have a much larger service. That's why that customer charge is high as it is. It pays for that larger service.
Okay. Still may not explain in my mind as to why equitably, the percentage increases weren't the same across the board when it comes to customer charge and added to the volume, but I won't debate it. Thank you for answering the question.
Councilman Jensen?
No, I just want to say this sounds like a reasonable ask, given what happened. Anybody who doesn't think so, I would suggest to talk to the people in Scribner. I know what happened there. I have a family that lives there and they got, and as I understand, their electric rates, as soon as they have to go online with gas and everything, all the electric rates, they all get the same. Everything gets charged at the same high rate, at the highest possible rate. And it's, they really got kind of raked over there a little bit.
And again, I've worked on rates for a number of other utilities who've, this conversation, I mean, maybe not the easiest conversation, just, and I appreciate the questions. These are, I would much rather have an engaged city council than one that just sits on their hands and votes yes without question. This is a lot easier than other council meetings I've been at where I've had to say, look, you got to recover $240 per customer over the, you can do it in one bill, you can spread it over a year, you can spread it over 2 years, but you still got to recover this money because you have no reserves left, or you've had to borrow short-term money to pay your capital projects because that's the only way you can really borrow the money for. And in reality, those capital projects would have been paid from cash, but we needed the cash to pay our gas bill. And so I would much rather be talking about 3% rate increase than a $20 a month surcharge. And I think you'd all be rather having that discussion as well.
Councilwoman Ganem?
I was gonna say, we're so lucky that we were in Fremont during that vortex and it was handled very well, I thought, by the city. And we didn't have blackouts like the others. And I was so appreciative that we have our own public utilities.
Like I said, I think you manage your way through this system. And I think, I've had conversations with Brian about how the electric system performed through this event. And yes, I have electric clients who were on the wrong end of that. They had their power plants not operating properly during that outage, couldn't get oil into their power plants, didn't have things hedged properly. And I think you did a good job across both of those utilities managing that. So.
And that's the goal. I mean, yes, it's a little rate increase, but to invest back into the system, our peak shaving plant that was critical. I mean, we had everything going during that time to make it through to where we weren't having the huge charges that you're speaking to, and that's a testament to how it was managed in the city. So I thank John for your work on this, and I would guess if there's any other questions to him, I would move on to public comment. Other further questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
are there any comments from the public?
Yes, Dale Jacobs, 2040 East 22nd Street. Excuse me, I just jumped up here. I'm kind of looking at the dollar number, the 371,000, and going back to Jody's presentation earlier about the funds that go into the budget picture. About 16% of leftovers comes utilities. You by chance know what the dollar level of that is? I go total revenues is probably what, 24 million roughly? So 16% of that would be about 3 million and some dollars.
No, we don't comment.
That's right.
I'm sorry. Anyway, that'd be about 3 million and some dollars. So if the city were to not pass this on to the customers, you're actually giving a benefit to every residential and business in Fremont at the cost of only 10% of the funds that go into your general fund. I go, what a great way to treat every taxpayer in Fremont to get a little break on their bill. And all it does is reduce what slushes over into the general fund. So I guess if you, you look at it from a dollar perspective, I go, what a great opportunity to kind of break. And I know the gas department is probably running tight, but you must have somewhere else that's generating the additional funds. So since it's considered a utility fund, why not just pass it on to everybody? Anyway, that's as a taxpayer, I would like to see something like that done with my elderly taxpayers. Every buck a month counts.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, any additional comments from council? Seeing none, guess I'd take a motion to introduce and hold first reading of ordinance 5583. Councilman Lightban,
Make a motion to hold first reading of ordinance 5583.
Councilwoman Ganem,
Second.
cast your votes.
Share this screen over here because when I duplicated and shared your screen, it messed up my system. Number of council members who have voted.
Please cast your votes. Okay, I think we got them all.
Motion carries 7-0.
We'll now introduce and hold first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, establishing rate schedules for natural gas system, repealing ordinance number 5350 and all other ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, providing when the rate schedules are effective and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect on first reading.
I'd take a motion to adjourn. Councilman Gibson,
So moved.
Councilman Lightban,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0. Mayor?
Have a good night, everyone.